Preseason.
All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is July 12th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our Albany and Buffalo offices. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner Edgar De Leon. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Kearney Sarfo, Juan Herrera from Licensing Bureau, myself, Secretary Roper, and Associate Counsel Amarado, who's on via WebEx virtually. This meeting is being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel. The next regular meeting dates are July 26th and August 16th. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations you may have outside. No food or drinks, please. For New York City, the public restrooms are located on the second floor, not on the third floor. So you have to go to the second floor. Please do not touch the microphones when you touch the podium. Don't pull them down to you. They can catch everything. If you do mess with them, then we'll have headaches because it'll cause a lot of feedback. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should identify their clients that are with them. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. Chair, do you have any announcements?
I just want to take a moment and mention that it's been an interesting first 4 weeks on my job. I want to take the moment to really thank our staff. I've been traveling the state and seeing them face to face and finding a lot of talent, a lot of excitement and expertise that as a per diem commissioner, I did not appreciate and did not realize. So this is a really exciting time for our agency, and I just want to thank them. I've also learned that a lot of them actually listen into this meeting, and so I'm just grateful for them. So good morning, everyone.
All right. So the first item is in Buffalo. That is 833 East Main Street Liquor and Wine, Inc. 833. All right. If you could go ahead and introduce yourselves, please.
Good morning, members of the full board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm the attorney for the licensee East Main Street Liquor and Wine, Inc., and I'm joined here by my client, Raminder Jeet Kaur. We're here today on a reconsideration request. My client had an issue where alcohol was purchased from another liquor store and brought to her liquor store. This was admitted to in a statement by the manager of my client's liquor store. It was a regrettable mistake in every stretch, but when my client received the notice of pleading, she accidentally checked that she was pleading no contest and received a cancellation order. So the reconsideration here is to change the plea of no contest to a conditional plea of no contest with a penalty offer of $5,000.
On this one, I think we're just going to have a short conference with counsel. I just want to check something.
Sure, thank you.
We're going to go on a brief recess to conference for counsel. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like a procedural thing, like they would be okay with what we've proposed, but can they actually do it based on the laws? They have to figure it out.
Okay. They have to just revise the things.
Yeah, that's right.
This is your own law firm or you work somewhere?
I'm one of the partners at the firm, so it's me and then the principal. There's four other partners.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council. Again, it's 833 East Main Street Liquor and Wine Inc.
All right.
So this is a request for reconsideration, or the members ready to vote on the request?
All right, so thank you for making the request for reconsideration. Since it's a first-time co-op buying violation, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. We're going to, I'm going to vote to grant reconsideration, accept $5,000. But please know that enforcement will check again. And please don't come back with another one of these.
Commissioner?
I concur with the chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You'll
Thank
get
you.
a letter in the
You're
mail.
welcome.
Okay,
Thanks.
so wait for the letter before we send in the fine?
Yeah. I mean, that'd probably be best. Just,
Okay, I
but,
will-
because we have to process everything, so, like, get the minutes into compliance, into our
Sure.
database. But,
Okay,
yep.
all right, very good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, is that it in Buffalo, Nicole?
It is.
Okay, if you could leave it up till 10:30.
Sure.
In this case, thank you.
Hi, Nicole.
Next in Albany is 869 FAMCO 5261 LLC.
869.
869.
869.
And we have
Okay.
the attorneys here in New
Yeah.
York City, and the applicant is in Albany.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here representing Co 5261 LLC. With us via video conference is my client, Nara Berkauer, as well as her son, John Powell, Mr. Powell, Palwinder Singh, who is the landlord. And I asked him to come in case there are any questions regarding the relationship between this corporation, which the family has numerous licenses. I believe Mr. Singh and his brother have a combined total of, I believe, 11 grocery stores upstate. This one is, this store, which is owned by his mother, is in Huntsville, New York. I believe, yes.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
so, the person with the sell to minor records is the husband or
It's the
the son?
son.
He's the son,
Son, Palwinder Singh.
okay.
It's been a while. It's been well over a year, I believe, since he's had any issues.
Okay,
He did get a disapproval at this location 4 years ago. 4 years is since 4 years has passed. I would like to point out what I believe is incorrect in your notes, that Palwinder Singh had held those FAMCO 1, 2, 3, 4. That was his brother, who had held all those other licenses, not Palwinder Singh. My client, Ms. Cower, does know that this is her business. It is not she is paying rent to her son. He is not a principal. He does not share in the profits and the revenue. He gets a fixed rent, and that is it. And they're here in full transparency to answer any questions you may have. Again, this has been licensed now, been operating now under a temporary permit for 7 months without issue. There are 12 employees. There's significant tax revenue going to the state of New York. And all we're looking to do is have her continue to operate her business the way she's been doing for the last 7 months.
how many active licenses does the son hold?
How,
Yes,
excuse
my
me.
name is Paul. My name is Palwinder Singh. I'm here in Albany with my mother and my father actually. So currently I operate about a 5 location under my name.
And his brother has his 6, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, right, 5 or 6 my brother has, yes.
And the father has,
None.
Father
has
but
none.
No, so yeah, he's working with my mom and they work together basically on this new location.
All right.
Mr. Singh, you have a business account currently?
I'm sorry?
You have a business account with the funds for this establishment?
My dad did. It's my dad and my mother had it.
And are you on that account as well? Do you have a?
No, I'm not.
So the funds are not from a joint account?
I didn't get that question.
The funds for the business are not from a joint account?
I believe,
Oh, the fund came from the joint account from my mother and dad, mom and dad.
I think a gifting letter was submitted with the application. I believe. We've discussed this. We welcome a full audit of his business. There's no, I understand many times things look as in a gray area, especially with liquor stores. This is a different story, but same principle in that what appears to be, there is no commingling. There is simply rent paid to the son. She has operated this again for 7 months without issue. 12 employees that would like to keep their jobs.
You say a gifting letter was submitted? As I did not, it did
In
not
the
see it.
application, I did not prepare the application. I've been told that there was a gifting letter.
I don't see it as well.
Yeah.
I don't have forgive me, I don't have his personal questionnaire in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, given that the applicant doesn't have a record, this is her first license.
Yes.
And since the stores are already operating with no problems, I'm going to vote to approve. But please get a scanner. I'm gonna require a scanner.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to send us that gift letter as a condition of getting a
Got it.
license.
Which letter was that?
It's a gift letter.
You'll have it by tomorrow.
Okay. Commissioner?
Just give me 1 second. I just want to look at something.
What is that sound?
It's the wind from the tunnel. It's from the hallway in Albany. Or it could be Mike. I actually don't know.
No,
Got it.
it's not Mike, because he was on
Has all this
mute
been rectified?
when I was here.
It's still outstanding.
You gotta ask one and ask him.
Okay,
Oh,
Right. It's
I'm sure Mike's got the air blowing so he doesn't burn up. So.
okay,
I
should we
did,
pull it
that's
out?
correct.
No.
All right, I concur with the chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And you'll have the letter by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right, good luck.
Thank you guys.
Yep. And Paul, if there's no one else in Albany.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Yeah. If you could just sign off at around 10:30, that'd be great.
You know what it is? We'll go
Okay,
for it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're good. Bye.
All right. So we'll move to New York City. First item here is 865 LM Cafe LLC.
Good morning again, Robert Romano. And I'm here with David Steingart, who is the principal of LM Cafe LLC, which is known as the Laughing Man Cafe, which is on 184 Duane Street for the last 3 years. Mr. Steingart has been operating this place, has been operating an establishment similar to this for over 12 years, the past 3 at this location, all without incident. He has decided he wanted to put in an RW, get an RW license for beer and wine only. He went before the community board, and the community board was insisting that he close at 10 p.m. And that did not fit into his business model. He feels that we're asking you today for 2 a.m. On the weekends and midnight during the week, which I think is a reasonable request. I mean, if he did not have alcohol at all, he could be open 24 hours at this location. He lives upstairs.
Is this a comedy club?
No, it's not a comedy club. It's a coffee shop. And it's a coffee shop that in the evenings will have sporadic, from time to time, we'll have maybe acoustic music, maybe a comedy, but it's not going to be 7 nights a week. How many nights a week would you say you'll have?
1 night a week. We've done it 1 or 2 nights a week.
Right.
Yeah.
And we come to you asking for those hours, as well as the ability to no more than once a week to have a private event. We probably won't come close to taking up once a week, but just so he has that flexibility. So maybe a month in December where he has an event once a week and then nothing for several months.
So one performance that's public and then one private event every week?
Well, we'd like to have 1 private event a week. And so far we've had an acoustic night on, let's say, Thursday, a come in on Wednesday. Haven't had any complaints. That's what we're looking to do, that kind of thing.
And it's I've been there, it's a very relaxed atmosphere. It's not a wild nightclub. This is
It's
just
a coffee shop.
Laughing Man Coffee. They're pretty good reputation, very excellent reputation.
Maximum occupancy is 74, but there's only 1 restroom?
Yes.
Yeah, we got a waiver for that from the community board. Yeah.
No, they did not. They actually said that they don't want they got it from the licensing committee,
Oh,
but that the board strongly recommends adding a second bathroom. That's actually what's written here.
no.
I was not informed about that. When we went, I was told we got,
Do you want to go look at it? Because this is the community board resolution dated September 27, 22. Do you have that,
I didn't.
Romano?
No, I do not. You did not sign that, though.
no, I didn't sign it, no. I didn't agree to any of the
It's not,
stipulations.
I don't believe it's a thing that you signed. It's a resolution that
Right.
they voted on.
And
Why don't you try to get a copy? Hey, Jonathan, please. Item 865. Can you please print page 8 and 9? Please.
Thank you. You want to-
And Mr. Romano is going to look at it.
Yep, then we'll sit back. But I will, I don't need to remind the board that they almost summarily grant waivers, bathroom waivers under 75.
Go look at it. We'll talk about it after.
Okay. Do you want us to second call? Or-
Sure. Just come back when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next is 850 Raven Rabbit LLC.
Good morning, members. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman PC. Commissioner De Leon, welcome back for round 2.
Thank you.
I have 2 matters before the board this morning. First one is the one that was just called Raven Rabbit. To my right is Alex Marchetti. He is one of the principals of the business and is going to be the operating partner. In fact, he has been the operating partner. This application is a bit of a saga. I'm not going to go through every detail of it. We put in our papers. It was originally filed in May of 2021. Our firm was not involved at that time. It was disapproved for reasons that could have been easily overcome. The prior representative was unable to overcome those issues. We were brought in to request for a renewed request for reconsideration, at which time we had demonstrated that the issues that caused the disapproval had been corrected. But by that point, the licensing bureau had determined that they basically had too many chances to correct the issues and would need to refile. So our firm was involved with the refile. The refile was filed way back in April of 2022 and has been pending with your agency since then. We've been eager to get before
We
the
have
board.
May, just to be
Well,
clear.
fair enough. We mailed it to you and it got to your lockbox in April. You gave us a filing receipt in May, about 4 weeks later. The reason it's before the members primarily is because there was this prior disapproval for the same applicant at the same location. So your rules say that we have to come to the full board for that. So what I'd like to address are the two reasons why the application was disapproved, because that's why we're here, and make clear why both of those reasons have since been remedied. The first reason for the disapproval was there was a buildings department issue. Back then, you were requiring the applicant to provide a copy of the certificate of occupancy and the public assembly permit. And when the applicant did so, it was revealed that the music that they had proposed in their method of operation was not permitted by the Department of Buildings. And that was a surprise to them. As I said, this is a transfer application, meaning they purchased the assets of an existing business, and the prior business, whether legal or not, had live music, DJ. So it was my client's intention to continue that very method of operation, and that's what they proposed. So it was a highly unpleasant surprise long after they had closed the deal and purchased the business to learn that the Department of Buildings documents prohibits the very method of operation that they had hoped for. But nevertheless, and be that as that may, they have reformed and amended their method of operation to comply with the current Department of Buildings requirements. And what that means is recorded background music only on the first floor, no DJ, no dancing, no live music, nothing that could be considered a cabaret, which is the New York City Department of Buildings term. And on the second floor, no music whatsoever, which is, in my experience doing this, a highly unusual restriction to be placed by the Department of Buildings to say no music whatsoever on the second floor, but that's what it says. And they've been in the process with their architects and DOB expediters to see if they can't find a way to get that changed. But if they haven't yet, and if they are successful at getting that changed, then one day we'll come back to you for a method of operation change to get that live music and DJ added, which the community board had no issue with. But be that as it may, today it's the method of operation, the music complies with the DOB. That was the main issue for the disapproval. The second issue for the disapproval was really easy to overcome. The examiner and then the licensing board felt that in the original license application, there was not sufficient photographs of the kitchen facilities or evidence of the kitchen facilities or sufficient food menu to justify a bona fide restaurant. This is a restaurant license, not a tavern license, so they need to have restaurant level food. That was just, through further communication could have been clearly revealed. And so we've since shown that there is a full kitchen, full food menu. They're clearly a bona fide restaurant. So for those reasons, we think that.
Yeah, but the pictures that you send in, I don't even see one table. It looks like a club.
Well,
is there a different floor that is not photographed here?
Well, to be clear, Chair Fan, the photographs that we focused on were of the kitchen facilities mainly because that's what the disapproval was for. So the non-bona fide wasn't for what you just said. It wasn't we think you're a club. It was we think you don't have enough kitchen facilities, and so that's what we focused on. But they have tables and chairs. It goes till 4 a.m. I mean, so I don't know if it's going to ever be a Michelin star restaurant, but till 4 a.m. they satisfy the requirements of a bona fide restaurant. They have full kitchen, full food menu available to be consumed at seats.
Is this area commercial or residential?
Commercial. This is Broadway is the area on Broadway and Astoria where they are at is the commercial corridor of Astoria.
And is one of the partners a DJ?
Yes. I mean, their goal was to have this be just like the prior applicant licensee who they bought the business from was for this to be a lively restaurant. You may call it a club. In fact, that was their initial goal, but we can't do that now because
but I'm just looking at your own pictures that you send me. I don't see any kind of dinner service. Is it open now for dinner service?
Yeah. We can provide you photos as a condition of approval of the of the seating. There is absolutely seating, tables and chairs.
Tables and chairs when dinner's done?
I'm sure there's some reduction, right? I mean, first of all, just let me be clear. They've been operating under a temp, which requires them to close at midnight. So what the proposed method of operation for 4 a.m., which is what the CB approved, is not actually what they've been doing. Up until now, it's been midnight. So, but let me just turn to my client and ask, once you're allowed to be open to 4 a.m., is it fair to say that there may be some reduction in the number of tables and chairs, or is that not fair? Go ahead.
I don't think we're going to be reducing chairs and tables.
Who is Roland Peraza? Roland Peraza.
That was the lender, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a colloquy with the licensing bureau about this because there was some miscommunications. Roland is a friend of his who loaned him some money. It was not even for this project, but the amount of the loan was evident in the bank statements that we had to submit. Under your prior rules, we had to submit copies of bank statements to the authority with every application, and I don't know if it was the official rule, but at least the practice or the request was for any deposit of greater than $10,000, we had to explain. And so in providing those bank statements, since there was a loan in excess of $10,000, we explained that he had a friend who loaned him money. We provided a personal questionnaire as a lender, even though it wasn't directly for the project. Where the thread got lost, Commissioner, was in the deficiency process. There was a law office error in providing an amended personal questionnaire for that lender, which was never accurate and should never have been provided. The original personal questionnaire that was submitted with the application clearly indicated that this individual is not going to play any role in the operation of the business, and he in fact will not. And so I think there was suspicion that came out because of those attendant circumstances, but he has no role in this business. The money that he lended my client was not in connection with this business, and my client could attest to that as well.
There's a note that says there was a promissory note for $31,831, but the actual note is for $50,000.
So I can we attempted to clarify that with the examiner, and I can clarify it here. The promissory note was for pardon me, I have it here, was in excess of the amount of money that my client was going to be contributing to this project. So in the financial disclosure form, you ask each individual who's contributing money to say how much money they're contributing. So my client was contributing the 30 and change number that you just read. All right. Now, he did have this loan, again, for something completely unrelated, that was for in excess of that amount. So there was confusion with the examiner. The examiner saying was, how come you have a loan for more money than what you're contributing to the project? But the answer to that, which we tried to get across, was that's because this loan actually has nothing to do with this project. The only reason we disclosed the loan in the first place was not because it had anything to do with this project, but because it was something on his bank statements in excess of $10,000, which you require us to explain.
Did you ever provide the examiner proof of what the loan actually was for?
Oh, yes, we provided a copy of the promissory note, and I have a copy here that I could hand up if you'd like.
And the terms are to be paid upon demand?
That's right, and there was a question about that from the examiner as well, and this is his friend. It was a friendly loan. This was not a bank loan. This was not a loan between sophisticated commercial entities. It was a friendly bank loan. It was a slightly more formal equivalent of, I'll give you some money, pay me back when you can, or when I tell you to.
Do we know what Mr. Peraza does for a living?
He has bars and restaurants, and they are friends. But I see why the questions are legitimate. But the fact is, though, that he has no role in the operation of this business, or even in the financing of the business.
Mr. Bookman.
Yes, Mr. Amarato.
Yes. The most recent C of O states the second floor is to be used without any entertainment, and no dancing.
That's correct. That's correct. That is our understanding. Yes. Yes, sir.
All right. And the first floor is eating and drinking.
Eating and drinking. That's what the C of O says.
Right. And what are your intentions for the second floor?
The second floor is going to be used as a private dining room. Again, that was not the original plan, but ever since we learned about this certificate of occupancy issue, we had to change our plans. And so now the plan is for it to be used for additional seating, private dining perhaps, but basically more restaurant. No music. We're not allowed to play any music up there, which is a disappointment to say the least. Not what they expected, but there's going to be no music up there. It is going to be additional seating and private dining unless and until we can ever get this C of O changed.
Did you go back to the community board?
We re-notified the community board with the refile, and the community board simply said, we stand by, is anything changing? We said, well, nothing other than a more limited method of operation. And they said, well, we don't even need to execute new STIPs. So the STIPs are from the original filing.
And there's no letter. Did we get a letter?
There's no protest, no.
I don't think there's a letter, but I mean, they sent me a copy, but they sent me a letter.
Yeah.
You didn't get it, right? They were gonna send
It's still,
something.
yeah, it's still.
They were gonna send something. We had called and they were gonna send something, but they
Okay.
didn't send anything. But it's fine, I'll take that word.
They're not the easiest to get in touch with.
But so we, the quick conference.
Yes.
We're gonna go on
Just take a break.
we're gonna go on a brief recess to conference with council. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council.
There's no outside service, right?
That's correct.
And no
Chair.
sidewalk.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So what are you doing with the upstairs?
It's going to be additional dining,
Okay.
private dining, and nothing else unless and until we can ever get the C of O changed.
I imagine when music is playing downstairs, you can hear it upstairs?
I mean,
Or is there really good soundproofing?
it's a weird C of O. I've never seen a C of O that.
That's not my question.
Yeah. So, I mean, the reason I answered it that way is because we're going to comply with the C of O. The C of O says, no music upstairs. So we are not going to play music upstairs. And we are not going to, be cute about it either. We're not going to, play music downstairs in a way that, there is music that that approximates an environment where music is being played upstairs. I don't think we need to go as far as, insulating every vibration such that, that it's a soundproof room upstairs and no noise whatsoever could be heard. I don't think, the DOB needs us to do that, and nothing in the liquor process has indicated that that's necessary here.
So you're not adding speakers upstairs to pipe what is being played downstairs?
That's correct. I believe that would be a violation of the C of O, and so we can't do that.
And so,
Okay.
Mr. Bookman, the upstairs will be for private dining, you said?
Private dining and additional dining.
Okay, so is these catered, these events, in other words, private parties?
Well, I'm not sure how much private, I'm not sure how many, bar mitzvahs they'll be able to get there if they can't play any music. So it's, as I said, it's not an ideal situation. So what they're going to try to go for when it's not additional dining, and when it's not overflow dining and it is a private dinner, I would think more of it as, a large reservation, a group of 10 wants to have a business meeting, but and that's what they're stuck with basically.
I see.
I mean, I think ultimately, Will, what they've demonstrated here is that they've proposed a method of operation that respects the Department of Buildings guidelines, and what at least as long as I'm doing this, what your agency has taken the position of is that, we're the state liquor authority. The New York City Department of Buildings is the New York City Department of Buildings. You have lots of agencies you have to comply with. We expect you to comply with all regulations of all agencies, including DOB. I don't see a standalone SLA issue here. The community board
Well, there
hasn't
is a
created.
standalone SLA issue because from the photos, it's clear that you're trying to open a nightclub, which I don't have a problem with.
Right.
But you're applying as a restaurant, so I just don't want you to get caught on the other side of this, getting a bunch of violations because our investigators are not going to appreciate the nuance here that you're restricted by your CFO. However, I would also say that we're not really focused on CFO here. So, but to the extent that one of your partners is a known DJ, it's hard for me to believe that this is not a nightclub.
I mean, look, the plan always was for this to be a lively restaurant, a bar and grill. If you look at the food menu, you see the type of place it was. Now, they had to change from that based on what had happened, and they're still going to try to make it a lively bar and grill, but not.
Walls are black. Look at your own pictures. It looks like a really fun nightclub.
Well, look, I mean, you can have a restaurant with a method of operation that you might consider to be a nightclub as long as there is a sufficient food menu, sufficient kitchen facilities, a chef, and that's available for to be eaten at seats at all times. And so, I mean, I think that fact alone, the fact that they wanted to have it to be a lively restaurant, is not inconsistent with the restaurant method of operation or it being non-bona fide. There are lots of, we constantly, when we do intakes for cases, if there's the food menu that's sufficient, it's a restaurant. I think that the challenge here, as you've correctly identified, Chair, is the DOB overlay. And, and yes, they wanted to have DJs, and now they can't. And maybe one day they can, but they can't now. And they've been living with that fact, by the way, under the current temp, and they're going to have to keep living with that. It's not ideal, but that's what it is.
So Mr. Book, go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go on. No, go ahead then, Mike.
I was going to ask you, so it's your understanding then that there is a license to accommodate both a nightclub and a restaurant? Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that a license issued under Section 64 for a restaurant is not made non-bona fide simply because they have, not in this case, but simply because they have DJs and dancing. No, I think that's completely consistent, and you have thousands of licenses.
Would you agree with these insufficient about the chairs by virtue of the formulas that it then can become simply a nightclub and not a restaurant?
I agree that it's a violation of your regulations and thus non-bona fide for a restaurant to have no seating or not sufficient seating. I would agree with that. I don't think that's the case here, but I would agree with that principle.
But the pictures of no chairs and no tables. But let me just ask you, in your application, it says no dancing. It says recorded music on the first floor only and no dancing.
That's correct. We're not allowed to have dancing. For the same reason, we're not allowed to have the
Yeah,
DJ.
but you just said that you're gonna have a DJ and dancing, but
no.
that's not what you applied for.
No, we wanted to. The prior licensee had DJ and dancing, and their original application, the one from 2021 that got disapproved, had DJ and dancing. And the reason it got disapproved was because the C of O turned out to say you can't have the DJ, you can't have the dancing. So we've had to refile.
But the C of O only restricts you on the second floor,
No.
but this application says recorded music on the first floor only.
That's because there's an additional nuance here that was in the papers, but I don't think I've brought to light in this appearance this morning, which is that in addition to the C of O, there's a public assembly permit, which also was provided when in the first application, which was disapproved. And I have a copy of it here if you'd like that to be handed up.
Sure.
And that public assembly permit covers the entire premises and says not a cabaret. And so that's an additional problem for them because it says not a cabaret. If you look at the New York City Administrative Code definition of cabaret, cabaret includes live music, DJ, and dancing. So on the second floor, they could have zero music because of the certificate of occupancy that says zero music. And in the entire premises, including the first floor, they cannot have DJ, dancing, or live music because of the public assembly permit.
Okay. Jesus.
It also says that the premises will not close for private events and that there will be no use of promoters. I'm thinking about the second floor because you kind of hinted that that's what it would be used for.
So
perhaps private business meetings or something like that.
So the entire premises, Commissioner, will not close for private events, but they may occasionally, have portions of the premises be closed in the manner I've specified.
That's for the whole, let's go. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. All right. But there are a lot of sticky points here. I think you know that. We're trying to help, but I just don't want to, you're going to land in enforcement land.
I personally don't think so. I mean, I think the recalibrated method of operation is one that they can live with, and they have been living with it with an even earlier closing time with the 12 a.m. Midnight closing under the temp since for 7, 8, 9 months now. So,
All right. Well, since you've been running it and it's been okay under the temp, community board has no comment, so I'm going to go with them. And I'm going to vote to approve adopting all of the stipulations that are in the community board steps from the first application. I'm trying to see if I have a date here. From December 22nd of 2020. That was when it was notarized. And it's 4 a.m. no promoters, no outside service, no sidewalk service. You didn't apply for it, but they actually gave you live music, DJ, etc. So just read this document and do what they say. I would stay in close contact with the 114 precinct, please. Just make sure that you're operating within the confines of what your community is okay with.
Are they gonna have the music that they applied for, or what the CB?
I will
allowed?
give them what the CB said.
Okay, Commissioner?
Yeah, I mean, there is no protest. The ALJ has found that this is in the public interest. The area is commercial, not residential. And I think that Mr. Bookman has been a great advocate for his client. There certainly are some concerns that the chair pointed out, but I'm going to concur with the chair and approve.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
So work like how to change that CFO and come back and let's license you the way you should be licensed so that you're not struggling on the other side. Because if you have a lot of community complaints and then, when you come back, it may not be us, right? At that point, all of the context get lost and then, it may be bad. So just try to stay on top of fixing it.
Thank you.
Well noted, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 822, MBRP Restaurant Inc.
Good morning again, members. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman for the licensee. This is a disciplinary matter. There was one charge, which was violation of the unlimited drink prohibition of Section 117A of the ABC law. The administrative law judge recommended sustaining the charge. We submitted a statement in controversion asking you to dismiss the charge or in the alternative, issue a letter of warning. I'll just very briefly cover the points I wanted to make. First, the facts are not in dispute here. This licensee sells pitchers of beer, and customers could do different things with the pitchers of beer. For example, they could sit at a table and drink the pitcher of beer with their friends. At the time in question, which was before COVID, that's how old this case is, the licensee also allowed customers to use the pitcher of beer to play beer pong, the drinking game. The licensee permitted that. They had two tables set up where customers could take the pitcher of beer, pour it into plastic cups, take a ping pong ball, and throw the ping pong ball across the table into their opponent's cups. None of that's in dispute. The only issue at the hearing and before the members to decide is a legal one, which is whether that undisputed fact constitutes a violation of the unlimited drink prohibition of ABC Law 117A. And that's where we think the ALJ went wrong, and I'd like to make two brief points on that. Number one is that the ALJ recognized that there was no unlimited drink offering here. It was not as if you could pay a price to play beer pong and get all the beer you wanted for as long as you were playing. That's not, conceivably you could have a game that way, but that's not what happened here, and no one disputes that. What happened here is you buy a pitcher of beer for the same price that pitchers of beer are sold for it there. The bartender doesn't know what you're doing with the pitcher of beer, so there's no special price, and you play with that pitcher of beer, and when you're done with the beer, you could either go buy a new pitcher or you could be done. In other words, there was no unlimited nature to it, which is what the statute deals with. What the ALJ did fault the licensee for is using, in her words, she said, common sense dictates that beer pong should not be played at bars. And look, this case is not whether I think it's a good idea for beer pong to be played at bars. It's not, frankly, about whether you think it's a good idea, generally speaking, for beer pong to be played at bars. And for whatever it's worth, the licensee stopped this during COVID and has no intention of going back to it. The question is whether the game, as played in this case, constituted an unlimited drink offering. And our submission is that it's clear that it did not. Second point I'd like to make is the authority's position from the beginning of this case back to 2019 has basically been, well, we know the statute doesn't exactly say that, but you ought to have known better because there was a declaratory ruling that the members issued in 2009 that touched on the subject of beer pong and this section of the law, and therefore the licensee was on notice, constructive notice, that beer pong was not allowed. And we make we make a big deal in opposing that position in our papers. And just to highlight what the basis of that opposition is that we think there is a legitimate notice issue here because the statute itself doesn't prohibit beer pong. We're not on notice of what the statutory prohibition. My client testified at the hearing that he was not on actual notice of that declaratory ruling. So he didn't actually know about that declaratory ruling.
That's what they have you for.
Well, the only question, and after the fact they did have me, but the only question is whether a declaratory ruling by a declaratory ruling petitioner that was not my client, it had nothing to do with my client on a different case involving a different set of facts, somehow A, puts the entire industry on notice of that declaratory ruling, and B, when the ruling dealt with slightly different facts.
Of course it does. I mean, what else were we doing here? I
Well-
mean, we decide things, you're supposed to be here listening, and you read the outcome, you learn the law, and you tell your clients about it. That's the job.
No doubt, Chair, but I do
So
think.
you can't say
well-
that the declaratory law doesn't apply to your
Well,
client because they didn't know. I don't think that stands.
Well, I would just, if you indulge me to beg to differ with you for a moment, the industry is obviously on notice of the ABC law. We're obviously on notice of your regulations. I think we're on notice of your advisories that you put out, which you say on your website are for the industry. Declaratory rulings are more private than that. And when someone comes for a declaratory ruling, they're asking for permission to do something in most cases.
Yeah, but I'll post it on the website.
Yes,
You
and
should go
on-
read them.
and-
There are
well,
not that many of them, really.
And on your website, you make a distinction between what declaratory rulings are and what advisories
They're
are.
all in the
You-
same
you-
category,
You
though.
describe them differently.
All applicable and used for reference.
If I can't convince you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over
I'm
you.
just saying that if your client had looked on that website and searched beer pong, maybe, if they run the search right, it will come up and they would see that, oh, beer pong's not allowed. It's not our job to explain everything. We will try better in laying out things that, what the guidelines should be, but I don't find it convincing that you're telling me that the declaratory ruling doesn't apply to your client in this.
Well, then let me try
You
making
can
my,
make a distinction.
well, I do think there's a
Contexts are
legitimate,
different.
I do think there's a legitimate distinction, but if I can't convince you on that,
Mr. Bookman,
yeah.
I'd like to just say that that this appears to be an attempt to circumvent the whole purpose and policy of 117(1)(c). And 1C allows, in the opinion of judgment of the authority, to make a determination whether what is going on is an attempt to circumvent the policy, which is to not encourage people to get intoxicated, because that adversely affects the health
All right.
and safety.
Well, I would just respond to that comment, Mr. Amarato, and we put this in our papers as well. I think the key language in the statute that you're referring to, what it starts by saying is that you can't advertise, promote, or charge a price for drinks that, and then in your language, in the judgment of the authority, constitutes something that undermines the policy. But the direct object of that sentence is price for drinks. That's the thing that we can't do. Price for drinks. And if you look at all the examples in the statute, the examples are all pricing schemes. It's free drinks, multiple drinks for free, a low initial price followed by higher price. It's all about prices for drinks. And it's undisputed here that there was no unlimited drink and no special price for drinks here. Look, if I failed to convince you, then what I would just ask you to do is, the ALJ does note, the ALJ didn't accept our notice argument either, but what the ALJ did say is that, the board may want to consider that in determining what the penalty would be. I would ask, since the activity I'm representing to you has ceased, it stopped during COVID, they have no intention of returning to it, and because, whether you agree with me or not, this is not the clearest prohibition. It doesn't say beer pong in the statute. It's not the clearest prohibition. I would ask that you issue a letter of warning.
All right. Can you just give us a few minutes?
Yes.
Going off the record, conference with council. Thank you.
Another
All
generation.
right. Great. All right, we're back on the record after conference with council.
I know. Funny. All right. We're gonna put this over until next meeting,
Okay.
7:26.
Are you able to
Anything,
make it?
anything
or-
you need from me between now and then, or
What'd you say?
is there anything you need from me? Do I need to submit something
No,
between now
I
and then?
think we just want to look into a few more things as we consider this.
Okay, can I ask that you put it over to the August meeting? Because I'm not going to be here at your next meeting. I'm going to be on
August
vacation.
16.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Yep.
Thank you, Lord.
All right, I think, do you want a second call, 865?
Yes, please.
LM Cafe LLC?
Let's do it.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to review this. Mr. Steingart is going to explain a number of the issues, but I would like to point out, first of all, this is not a 500-foot hearing. This is an RW license. With regard, and his largest concern right now is the bathroom. As I said, it's been my experience in 20 years, under 75 people, this authority grants a bathroom waiver. But putting that aside, he's been operating for his businesses now for 12 years with one bathroom. His busiest time of the day is not in the evening, it's during the day with people drinking coffee. And if you're going to use the bathrooms, that would be the prime time that they're being utilized. And as he explained to me, that he doesn't have any lines for the bathroom, or there might be a person waiting or two at times, but there are no, it's not been an issue whatsoever.
It's one bathroom for staff and customers?
We have a bathroom for customers and downstairs, non-access to the public as a staff bathroom.
Okay, and their concerns, and the reason we were unaware of this resolution, the committee that Mr. Steingart appeared in front of, that approved to him, in front of him, they did not have that bathroom requirement or ask for that second bathroom. That only came with the final vote. And as you're well
Yeah,
aware.
but the final vote is the final vote. I mean,
No, I know,
don't-
but Mr. Steingart was not present during that vote, did not have a chance to, he expected basically the committee vote to be rubber stamped by the board, which apparently was not. They decided to add further restrictions.
Not 60 seats.
Yeah, I'm going to point out that there are 60 seats. The outdoor area that is utilized, it's utilized by the public. It's not, they're benches, there are no tables outside. People sit down, have a coffee, strollers, and no outdoor service whatsoever. Forget about drinks to go. There's no outside.
Don't tell me strollers when you're asking me also for 2 a.m. I mean, if you're sticking
No,
with
during
9
the
and
day.
10,
I'm
then your
talking-
story fits together, but you
Well-
can't argue both sides.
Well, no, this place sort of, and you can help me if I'm straying, but I think it has two personalities. You've got your daytime coffee shop.
Yes, as I explained to the community board, we've been in business 12 years. We're a beloved local coffee shop, regulars every day. And against what you may see in the community board, we've never had a complaint. The director of community board, Lucian Reynolds, recently left, has told me every time he's come by to check on a complaint, it's been unfounded. The only complaint anybody could ever have would be that we got too busy and there would be garbage on the street. And I say, we don't stay in business for 12 years without keeping the place clean and good product and good for the customers. The vision and what I told the community boards, I want a salon type of atmosphere at night. People that come in the morning for a coffee, I like them to end their day at night with wine. I'm not looking for a nightclub. I'm not even a big drinker. That's why we didn't go for anything but beer and wine. So I want the same community atmosphere at night. In doing so, we've had some acoustic music, and we've partnered with people that only do quiet acoustic music. I've had no complaints from the neighbors or the community. In the almost a year we've had the temporary license. We've had some stand-up comedy nights, maybe 30 people at these, no complaints. The community has loved that we're doing it. We're trying to offer these kind of events to the community because nobody is doing it. But that's the nature of the establishment we want. A salon type of high-end, quiet establishment for some more refined events like that.
You're closing currently at 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, and we've done that just out of respect for the temporary license and the community.
There was some complaints about loitering. This outdoor area.
Yeah.
You don't serve any food there. What is it? So this is just.
So it's a longer story. That outdoor area was part of the original street seat program with DOT. We were one of the first ones in the city to have it. It's another great example of how the community went up in arms, and it turned out to be no issue and loved by the community. No outdoor service. It's open to the public originally under DOT. It's considered a park. I even said to the community board, because of the nature of why we brought it into the community, I have no intention to put tables out there and put a hut and serve it. Anybody can sit there, whether you're buying something from Laughing Man or not, because that's the nature of the spirit of why we brought it in. So that's what it is right now. There's benches, there's no tables, there's no outdoor service. It closes.
They're complaining about loitering at 10 p.m. What are they going to do?
I
at
don't
2
know how
a.m.?
that's even possible. Because if they were complaining about that at the time we had the hearing, when we had no license, we closed it at 7 o'clock in the summer. So I don't even know how that's possible.
Okay.
Do you, in the bathroom that you have, I'm sorry, I'm going back to the bathroom.
Sure.
Can you add a fixture? It looks big enough, but not really, right? I mean,
No,
it's
fully
ADA.
handicap
What you
compliant.
have is ADA.
Yes, absolutely.
Is there any place in your floor plan that you can add a bathroom?
Not really. I went over this with the community, during the subcommittee.
And again, even without alcohol,
All right.
there's not been an issue.
It has, right, exactly.
Are you ready?
No public restrooms nearby, right?
There are plenty of restaurants.
Oh, there's
Strange.
Yeah, well, I should say this, actually, we've done this. Washington Market Street, which is right across, Washington Park, right across the street, does have public bathrooms, and we have sent people there. It's, literally right across the street.
And why would you need to send people there if you have enough bathrooms?
About repairs, bathroom having to be closed.
That's why you need to have two.
But come in after hours. I mean, I'm just saying, it says there are public bathrooms, so I've done that.
doesn't happen
Has that
often.
happened a lot? No, at all. It's mostly happened because we've been closed and people have said, where's their restroom?
Fair enough.
Are the members ready to vote?
All right. I'm going to vote to approve with recorded music, live acoustic music, no dancing. You had asked for 2 private events per month. Now you're saying 1 private event a week.
I'd like the option, yes, yes.
Because that's what the community board looked at, and you're telling me that you're trying to be a community cafe, I don't know why you then want all these private events.
Can you cut it?
Well,
Again, those are,
Well, somebody came in the other day asking us for a neighborhood person who we know, asking for a graduation party for their son, this kind of thing. And the community's looking for spaces like this to have, because they know us and like us, and we take care of them. So those kind of events are the requests we're getting. These are not, again, promoted events, but it's a community offering. There's limited space in the community for these kind of things. And they like to try to, they like the way we treat them. So they come to us with those kind of requests.
I know, but you become something else if every weekend you're close to a private party. You understand that?
Absolutely. And I will say, it's a fair enough question.
If every Saturday you're having a private party, like then this is no longer
Right.
what we're licensing it to be.
Right. That's not my intention. That's not my
Yeah, but
intention.
you're asking me 1 private event a week. So,
Well, let's say as
Right.
Mr. Ramondo,
so
let's
I'm
say.
just gonna go with
Yeah.
what you applied for. If you need more, you
Yeah.
can come back.
Okay.
Okay.
How's that?
Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna go with 24 private events every month. No third,
Well, I don't think you mean every year. I'll take every month.
Take a deal.
24 per year, sorry. No promoters, no third-party promoters, no DJ. I think I already said no dancing. Comedy events are fine.
Midnight, 2 a.m.
12 o'clock, Sunday to Thursday. 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sundays before Monday holidays. And I'm gonna use the same language that the community board uses. I know you're not gonna do it, but there's a shift here, is I'm gonna strongly encourage you to build another bathroom if, you know, there is a space. And I do realize that you're very long and it may not work, and I don't wanna require it, but I strongly think you should have it.
Understood, thank you.
The waiver's denied in the bathroom.
No, I said,
Or,
no, I'm not gonna require it. It's up
oh,
to
you're not gonna
him.
require it. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Um,
All right, Commissioner?
Thank you,
it-
Chair.
it- Is this between Broadway and Church, or Church and West
Between
Broadway?
Hudson and Greenwich.
Oh, that far?
Yeah.
That far south, okay.
It's not far.
It's a great place.
No, I know that, I know the
Very
area
nice
very,
place.
very well. I'm not saying it's far, I'm just saying that.
Far
it's,
from what?
So that,
it's,
just to clarify, that's 24 per year as opposed to 2 per month, only because if you may have a month with a cluster and then 6 months with nothing.
Yeah, it's 24 per
Right,
year.
right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about the loitering. I think especially at 2 a.m. in the morning, but I will concur with the chair, and hopefully you won't have any problems.
Thank you, Commissioner, appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a Spanish interpreter here, so I'm calling 860 CERCADILLOS DELI 2 Corp. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Mr. Escobar. Mr. Escobar, if you could put your name on the record
Luis Escobar.
as the
My name is
interpreter.
Luis Escobar, yeah. Luisescobar.
Thank you.
Y lo que ellos dicen, tú tienes que traducir.
Y tú, lo que tú digas.
Sí, 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 señor.
Quiero decir.
Okay.
No digas, señor.
Good morning, members of the authority. Aurelia Tavares here. First of all, Chairman Fan, congratulations. I didn't get a chance to say how
Thank
proud
you.
we are to be before you today. And welcome, Mr. De Leon, and I never said welcome, General Counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and our new little Juan. Okay. Juan Herrera. Good morning. My name is Aurelia Tavares. I'm the representative here for CERCADILLOS DELI 2 Corp. I submitted a supplemental statement, but I think it goes without saying this application was disapproved prior to my application because of the filer. The accountant failed to, first he failed to renew his, he let the corporation become inactive. So he's been 8 years without a license at his grocery store. Then he filed, the accountant filed it and failed to give the members of the authority the information that they requested. So I'm here today refiling this application, requesting for a grocery store beer license. Hours of operation are 5 a.m. till midnight. I'm here with the owner, Leonardo Peña, and his daughter. They're just requesting the issuance of this license. He had had a license in the past, then took a break, and then now he's reapplying again.
But let's just clarify this.
Yes.
The prior accountant did not allow the corporation to get dissolved. It was dissolved because there was lack of payment on taxes on the corporation. Can we agree on that fact?
Yes, he never notified the applicant. Like
But the applicant knows that he didn't pay taxes, right? I mean, the accountant is not running the business, the applicant is.
Te quiero decirle algo acerca de los impuestos que no se pagan en la previa. Todo se arregló ya. Everything's in order. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, no, it's okay.
Everything's in order now, Chairman Fan.
And he's now formed a second corporation to hold this license.
Correct.
Okay. But all the back taxes are paid and everything.
He's in order now.
Okay. All right. Are you okay with that? We're gonna vote, I'm gonna vote to approve.
I concur with the chair.
I'm also here on,
811, which is CAYOS Tequila Court.
Thank you for coming in.
And Mr. Escobar, I think we're done with you too. I think this was only one today.
811.
Thank you. Yep, 811.
I think there's another pending case here, so we're gonna send this back to council's office and it will get combined and come here again.
great, thank you. You'll notify me of the next day?
If it's returned to council's office, correct?
Yes.
So it's gonna be returned to council's office, so you have to speak to the,
Mr. Tavares, are you the representative of record
Yes,
on that case? Oh, you are?
yes. They,
all-
on all of them, this is an unusual case. We don't have the assembly permit, but the marshal keeps giving us fines, but he's the one who approves the assembly permit. And once we put it out for you, you'll see that it's a lot of nonsense. This
Yeah,
should
no,
have been
I-
issued, we shouldn't
I
have these
just wanted
issues.
to know, I've been advised that they have disapproved their application for the renewal public assembly license, and that's an issue, right? You know that.
I just refiled it for them, and so we should have it by tomorrow. Yeah, it's small town stuff. You'll have it by tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Iwata.
Thank you.
next is, oh, yeah, should be good, thank you. Thanks so much. Next is 851 Allen Street Hospitality LLC, Orchard F&B LLC, and Altair Hospitality Inc.
Good morning, Chair Fan, Commissioner DeLeon, Donald Bernstein from Bernstein, Radon, and Savitsky on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bernstein, can you just let them introduce themselves?
Yeah, why don't you all introduce yourselves?
All right.
How do you do? I'm Morad Klimian. I'm the owner of the hotel.
Good morning, Michel Maroui, I'm the operator. Atelier.
Operating for the food and beverage, yeah.
Dan Stevens, I'm the project manager for the hotel.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a new hotel that is being constructed. It has been undergoing construction now for a number of years. The current address is 139 Orchard Street. It is on the corner or bounded by Allen, Rivington, and Orchard Streets. This came before you, the same application, except for the food and beverage manager who joined afterwards. But this same application with the same owner came before the full board in July of 2020, almost 3 years to the day from today. The community board had prepared a list of about 60 stipulations. Some were agreeable, some were not. You heard that application. You went through all of the various food and beverage areas within the hotel, and the application was unanimously approved with restrictions relating to those various areas.
All right, so Commissioner, I just want to give you the background, is that we actually spent a lot of time on this last time. I don't know if you went back and looked at the hearing, but it was a lot of community opposition. There's a lot of history here, and
Community opposition, there were some electeds that opposed.
Yeah, well, let me
There's an issue
address.
about a church.
I want to
we
address
navigated
some
through
of
a
that.
lot of things to get to what we decided. I frankly don't see the need to revisit the decision, considering that you haven't opened, you basically gave up your prior license and decided that, oh, I'm gonna get another bite of the apple. That's just
No,
not
that's
how
not-
it works. If I start changing that, then everybody who's not happy with the decision here will just say, oh, well, I'll just wait a year and go back to the end of the line.
Well, that's not what happened, Chair
That's
Fan.
not,
If I may clarify and give a
Okay.
little history here, that's not at all what happened. First of all, the first big issue that arose is the fact that when the hotel was being developed, before my client even owned it, it was designed with an entrance on Allen Street. Allen Street is a wide two-way street with commercial businesses on it. It's got a lot of visibility. It's got parking. It's the ideal place was the ideal place for the entrance to the hotel. Fortunately, when my client acquired it and realized that there was a church across the street, that presented a problem because the church was within 200 feet. We did get the support of some elected officials from state legislators who were willing to to propose and sponsor a bill in the legislature to exempt this property from the 200-foot law, which is not uncommon. If you look at the statute, there are a dozen or more exemptions to the 200-foot rule. They would only do it, however, if the community board supported the exemption. We went to the community board on that. Everybody wanted the entrance on Allen. The only other alternative was Orchard. That was not as good a place for us to have an entrance or for the community for a number of reasons. The residents wanted it on Allen. The block associations wanted it on Allen. We wanted it on Allen. For whatever reason, we couldn't come to a complete agreement with the community board. They would not support the exemption. The elected officials then would not proceed with it. And we were left with a choice that no one really wanted as their first choice, which was the entrance on Orchard. That caused us to have to redesign the whole hotel, redo some construction, quite expensive to do that, and caused some delays. In any event, that was our only choice, and so we proceeded with that. We filed the application with that entrance, which came to full board in July 2020. That was in the middle of COVID. We had no ability to appear before the full board in person or even remotely to discuss any of this. So the board was left only with the written submissions and had to go through each space. We didn't have the opportunity to explain why some of these operational issues were critical to the success of the hotel. The application was approved. The full board approved the application unanimously. COVID, we were in the middle of COVID. The hotel could not be completed. There were issues with getting people to work, to get construction. Everybody's familiar with the mess that we experienced. Under the rules of the authority, if you could not open within 18 months after approval, your application would be converted to a denial. Those were the rules of the authority. This was not us voluntarily saying, let's withdraw the application and come back. That was never the plan. That was never the intent. That is not at all what was done.
Did you ask for an extension and got
At
denied?
that time, we were told there were no extensions given. There was a period of time where the authority entertained extensions. That was changed. It was made very clear by licensing. And I think there may have been even something in writing on that said, do not ask for extensions. They will not be granted. They will not be approved. So we had no choice but to withdraw the application and start over. We notified the community board. They did not call us back in. They just issued the same resolution that they had issued back in 2018. And now we are before you with the same application. The only difference is we have now a food and beverage operator who is going to operate the various venues, very experienced, a number of licenses, a number of restaurants, upscale restaurants that are institutions on the Upper East Side. We are 90% there, Chair Fan, with everything that you had approved before. If you'd indulge me just to explain a couple of tweaks we would like to the approval. I would just like to go through them and explain why they are important.
And just to give you a context, I don't know if you know, but that today there is on the agenda, it just so happened that there is another hotel on the same street. That is, how does the traffic flow? It flows to, I don't know if they're in front of you or behind you, but the next block may,
It's north on Orchard Street.
And the traffic go north to south?
It goes from south to north.
South to north, so they hit you before they hit them?
So I don't know what other hotel that is. I'm sorry, do you know the name of that hotel you could share with me?
Griffon Q, I don't know what their name is, Zodiac Club. They have a temp, so they're operating. I'm just telling you that in coming back, now I have to consider two hotels on the same street, which was actually not part of the consideration when we gave you these tips.
We had no choice. We did not choose, this was not our plan or our preferred to come here. We had no choice. If I can just talk about a couple of the tweaks we'd like to make to the approval. There is a second floor terrace that faces Allen Street, and it was approved to be used. There was not opposition to that at the community board. It was going to be activated. The restriction that was imposed was that we could not have wait staff in that second floor terrace, which means that patrons would have to go down to the first floor, order food, put it on a tray or a bag, carry it up a flight of stairs, and sit and eat on the second floor terrace, and bring their drinks as well. It's not how we want to operate this hotel. This is going to be an upscale hotel. We are not looking for a self-service cafeteria type restaurant. We'd like people that are approved for eating and drinking on that small second floor terrace to be able to be served by waitstaff. They're going to be there anyway. So I don't see that it's any detriment to the community to say we'll have waitstaff instead of it being self-serve. The other issue with that second floor terrace.
Opposition at the time was saying that if there's wait staff, then people are more likely to gather. They wanted it to be accessible if people had drink in hand, but that there not be service there and no tables and stuff.
Well, there are tables. There are tables and chairs there. Am I correct?
Okay.
Yeah, there are tables and chairs there.
But
So
they
it's
don't
not
want,
open space.
they
that-
didn't want service there. I mean, this is all very
But your
narrowly negotiated. I mean, I know you keep saying that full board, like, you know, unanimously approved, but like, that's, from where I sit, that was not what happened. It was actually a lot of tugging along and trying to make sure that the community felt comfortable with the hotel still being there and that their concerns were addressed.
I think that their concerns were addressed in a number of respects and a number of limitations that were imposed on this license. But I think it gets to a point where there is space that is going to be activated and going to be used that needs to have some value. There will be tables and chairs there. So saying that wait staff can come is not going to increase the occupancy. It doesn't mean people are going to be standing around. In fact, it means that people are going to be using it for meals. And it also had a 7 p.m. close, which means we can't even have one turn of dinner. We'd like to at least extend that a little bit to, say, 10 o'clock so that we can at least have one turn for dinner in that outdoor area, which is on Allen Street. It's on the main thoroughfare. It doesn't face Orchard Street. So that is one change that we would like. Yes.
Chair Fan?
Yes.
If I may. Right now, you're allowed to get, a license to actually serve on the street. And we never want to actually have a license to serve on the street or to set up any kind of tent along the street as you see everywhere else. We're looking to get the people off the street in a more secure environment to be eating and drinking on the second floor. So if we're allowed to do it on the street, which we will not do because it's a bus lane right next to us, even though we can apply for that, we're not seeking to do that. It's a more secure environment. So if one can get that ability to serve it on the street, we're actually taking people off the street in a more controlled environment
Yeah,
and
no, I
putting
hear
people on
you.
the
I
second
hear you
floor.
on that one. Let me, hold on a second. So I think you have to look at this page where he highlights what the current application and what the difference is. Because the baseline is they're gonna get what we already gave them last time, if you're comfortable with that.
What about all this?
So,
All this was
no, we're gonna keep discussing it. I'm just saying that it's helpful to, if you wanna look at this page of his letter, because he's just going through all the things that
Yeah,
are
I saw the
highlighted.
chart. I kind
Yeah.
of wrote them down, but.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, great. All right, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And obviously, as you said, post-COVID, the whole outdoor service mentality has changed.
Yeah, so we
And
would
and
like,
I'm okay with that.
so we'd like the service and the service bar on that floor and at least give us the opportunity to open until 10 p.m. so we can have one turn of dinner.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine.
On the ground floor.
I'm just gonna tell you, I know, and I'm saying this now because I don't want to forget later, is to the extent that there is another hotel on the exact same block now, and I know it's gonna kill you for me to say this out loud, it's like, you need to revisit that Allen Street entrance situation. The electeds have changed a little bit. I'm just saying that it may be better, the community is gonna freak out if they find out now there are two hotels on one block, on opposite side of the street. That's basically what's happening today.
We had to redesign the entire.
I know already. I know you already
And
did that.
we had almost a 10-month delay in getting
I know.
approval.
I know.
Spent millions of dollars
I know.
and actually lost our
know.
shirt in this development.
I know.
As a
I
result
know.
of all the changes that have gone, we are getting killed
I know
financially
you're
here
getting killed. I
in this
know.
project. And because
I
of the
know.
change in sentiment that's come, COVID that's come, the delay that's
know.
come, we're losing our shirts.
Look, I know. I understand. I'm just trying, I know. I'm not requiring it. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that maybe it's worth revisiting.
We can certainly discuss
The,
that. The other,
ALJ noted
the other change,
If I can just,
I'm sorry.
so you can address it. The ALJ noticed 45 licenses in the area. There was no traffic study and had a concern about the traffic and parking effect. There was a noise study done that came back and said that the noise levels already exceed those that are permitted by New York City, and also noted a history of liquor violations and criminal activity in the area in general, not in the area in general. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to address.
Thank you. We did do a sound study. We did do a traffic study. I think the traffic study and the sound study were attached to our submission. I don't recall the sound study saying that the noise was above legal limits, certainly nothing that would be generated from our venue. The outdoor areas have no music at all. We've agreed to that. So that should not be an issue. The rooftop bar is, I think, on the 16th floor, so it's higher than the other residential buildings in the area. So we've taken all of that into account. We've done these studies to ensure that we will not cause any unreasonable disturbance.
Okay.
So
All right, let's move on to the next issue.
The next issue is just consistent with what a lot of restaurants are doing. We'd like to have a live music programmer in the restaurant on the ground floor and in the interior portion of the rooftop on the 16th floor. This is not going to be entertainment level. This is at the restaurant going to be the same level as background recorded. It's just a good idea for us to have a live programmer who can set the music to the mood and to the crowd at the time. It would not be every night, it would just be occasional. So we would like that as well. The hours of the interior rooftop, which is a lounge, it's not large, it's a lounge, was until 2 a.m. We would like 4 a.m. on weekends. Keep 2 a.m. during the week and 4 a.m. on weekends. And the outdoor roof terrace was approved until 11 p.m. We'd like to ask for an additional hour. Again, there are two small terraces there. They're higher than any nearby residential buildings. And there will be no music at any time on those outdoor portions. Other than that, everything else would be as approved.
Did you go back to the community board explaining these changes?
No, we told them that we were coming back, that we were refiling an application. They said there's no need to rehear this. And they said, don't come back. And they just sent the same resolution.
Yeah, but did you explain to them that you're asking for something different?
I don't recall. I don't want to answer that.
Presumably, as they think that you're asking for the same thing, because, well, I don't think they ever gave you approval for DJs regardless, so.
That's correct.
So if I may, so the DJ is in the restaurant portion of the hotel. It's in the hotel itself. And we cannot have with guests right above it, even though we do have, soundproofing like within that space. It would really be detrimental to the guest experience having a loud DJ within the hotel. I would scare every guest out of the hotel, right? And we don't make anywhere near what we do on the food and beverage side as we do on the hotel side. We're a hotel whose ancillary business is food and beverage and to actually service the community around us. If I turn that music up, and it's really part of the guest experience that we're offering this music for. If I turn the music up, I'm going to lose every guest I have in the hotel. I don't make anywhere near what we make in the hotel.
No, the bar definitely dominates.
That's the restaurant actually portion, even though that is the restaurant.
Well, the restaurant is a bar, no?
Well, the restaurant does have a bar, no doubt. But we have the bar on the Rivington Street side, and that's really the bar, which is really where we're going to be greeting the guests, the food and beverage guests. And then you walk into the Allen Street side. So the Allen Street side, that's full of guests. We have 98 keys over there. I am not going to disturb 98 keys. That's really the restaurant. That's not the bar. And the bar is not where we're proposing to put the DJ. We're proposing to put the DJ in the restaurant, and which I think is a very, very different climate than putting it, in a bar. If we have in the bar, I would agree with you completely. We're not talking about putting it.
But the restaurant has a bar, no?
The restaurant does have a bar, but it's really to receive guests until they're seated. There's a difference because we have a larger bar at the 77, 79 side of the entry, which is the entry for the restaurant. So you would actually enter through 77, 79 Rivington and then actually walk through the courtyard and then come into the restaurant at 140 Allen. So that's the path that people would take. So the bar is the bar, and we have no TVs in the bar, right? We have no music in the bar. We're not proposing to put any kind of music in the bar. We're proposing to have a DJ, light music, ambiance. If you're having an event, you should be able to have a DJ if you're having a small event over there. How do we propose?
Yeah.
How do we propose to have an event if someone can't have a DJ? We're not saying live music. We're saying we want to be able to have a DJ. You want to have a christening. You want to have a bar mitzvah. You want to have some event over there. How are you going to do that? Without having a DJ. I just want to be very direct and honest with you. That it's really a difficult proposition to say, I'm not asking for it where in the areas that it would be detrimental, and I understand why you would think that those areas would be detrimental. This is within the restaurant. That's a necessity for us to be successful.
The interior rooftop, is that soundproofed?
It is. Yes. It's soundproof below the floor. We elevated the floor. We elevated the elevators. We put soundproofing underneath the floors. We put everything on rubber pads. We put soundproofing bat insulation, stuffed it with bat insulation, lifted the entire floor, and lifted the elevator in order to be able to do that, to make sure that we had full insulation and completely enclosed, in that area.
Is there a pool up there?
There's no pool.
Okay.
Only bathrooms.
Okay. How big is the space?
The space, the space is about 1,500 feet. It's teeny.
So about the interior?
No, the interior.
The interiors, it's about half, like say 750, 800 interior.
How much? 700?
About
It's about
800.
700. It's about that big. It's really a small space. It's roughly this big. If you take out the bar area, it's very small.
How does it compare to the size of this room?
No. This is the size.
Oh,
That's
okay. I
roughly
see
the
what you're
size of
saying.
the rooftop area. What we see right over here is roughly the size. It's outside of the bar, right? And the bar seats like six, 7 people. 8 people, Dan? How many people will see the bar?
6 at the bar.
6 at the bar.
Sure, if I can add one more item here. For the main restaurant, actually, it's really an elevated bar. It's lounge. It's not really it's a fixed furniture. It's not meant to like switch to a club. We're not looking for any type of music that's really club level.
And if I can add to that, these are
8
banquettes.
at the bar.
These are fixed banquettes that cannot be moved. They're fixed to the floor.
26
Dan, let me have the plan of the first floor, please.
We have 8 at the bar.
May I approach you to show you the plan? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you look, this is the 16th floor, if you don't mind. I apologize, right? This is the bar area. That's my, this is, okay. That's my seating, right there. What you can fit here and what you can fit there. That's all my seating. I've got, 15 seats? I apologize.
Right.
I'm really not talking about a whole lot of seating over here. It's very, very limited seating. And if you look at the first floor, if I could just show you the first floor for a moment. So if you look at the first floor, this is the area in question, right? So we're talking about this area in question over here, right? I apologize. I wish I had something to go. I'm so sorry. So we're talking about this area over here. This is our bar over here. These are all fixed banquettes with barriers. It's attached to the columns, it's attached to the floor. We're not talking about a very, very large area.
That's the restaurant.
That's the restaurant. That's the main restaurant, and that's the only area that we're talking about having the DJ. It's not a big area. This is the bar.
Okay.
It's a much, much larger bar with much more seating, and I'm not proposing to put any DJs in that area.
Look, I am okay with the inside. Are you okay with the inside?
For the
one?
record, are
The
those the
restaurant?
diagrams that are with
Yeah.
licensing right now?
Yes,
Okay,
they're with
Yeah,
the
this was in their
application
last
and submitted to the full board.
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
Is he saying that the entrance to the lounge street?
Yes, it's not on Elm
not
Street.
on
It's the entrance to the hotel is on Orchard Street.
Let me have that.
Because they tried to get approval, they couldn't do
They
it.
couldn't do it.
Elm Street is 200-foot issue. So
I'm okay.
the outside, I'm not sure about the outside. This,
That's why I asked about it.
the interior rooftop.
That's why I asked about it.
Interior rooftop, why is it called an interior rooftop? It's a rooftop with a closure,
May I show you the plan again?
yes. Because to me, that's just the top floor.
Yeah.
It's
If
a top floor that has 2 outdoor terraces, and in the middle, it's enclosed.
Enclosed by, with what, concrete walls?
So this.
Is it concrete walls or is it glass walls?
So this is the elevators, we get out of the elevators here. This is the very limited seating that we just spoke about. This is the outdoor portion facing Allen Street, limited seating. And this is the portion that is facing
Did you do a sound test there?
This is going to completely, yes, this is gonna be completely closed by midnight is what we are proposing. To close this area by midnight.
Well, actually, it
No, it
says
says
4
4
a.m.
a.m.
Yeah, it says
No, the indoor.
Indoor,
the outdoor.
The outdoor.
by midnight.
Yeah, but
And we're more than
if
10.
it's glass, I mean,
No, we're more than 10-story, even the,
well, that's the problem, is the blasting. I mean,
we're 10 stories above the nearest building.
It's also.
We have and the
That is
surrounding-
not
the
actually a
sound-
convincing
The sound
fact.
report that we received, the sound report that we received said that we would have no impact, on the neighbors based on the height of our building and the way that sound travels. It said that we would have no impact on our neighbors based on the sound study that we did, that we were requested to do.
And the DJ can be set to a limiter the same way background music can be. It's the same sound system. It's just instead of having it all pre-recorded, you're going to have a person that programs it. It's not going to be entertainment level.
And close in the winter time, the terrace, both sides.
Right, and it's insulated glass, so there is a sound rate. It's not just single pane, so.
yeah, but I assume that you are playing the music on the inside and you expect your guests that are sitting in the outdoor rooftop terrace to be able to hear it.
It's gonna close by 12, and no one's allowed outside after 12 o'clock.
Yeah, but then why is the indoor not closing by 12?
Well, it's indoor space. I mean, it's with insulated glass, so. I mean, that you approved until 2 a.m., so we would just like 4 a.m. on
Yeah,
weekends.
but you're not adding a DJ, so it's like one of,
I'll be really candid with you.
yeah.
That is not critical to me. I would appreciate that. That is not a critical item.
That DJ in the
That DJ
interior.
on the 16th floor is not a critical item. We would
Alright.
prefer to have it because I think it would enhance the experience. If it's something that you feel is detrimental, then I have to defer to you, and I respect your opinion on that. I don't think it's critical. I don't think it's going to hurt anyone. I'm 99.9% confident that it'll have no detrimental effect. But if it's something that's important to you,
Yeah,
the-
I don't want to do the DJ on the rooftop, not yet anyway.
I appreciate
Let's
that.
start
I
with the
appreciate
DJ in the ground floor restaurant.
I
That I'm
appreciate
okay with.
DJ in the restaurant,
okay with that.
no DJ on the roof.
No DJ on the rooftop. But the interior rooftop to 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday and Sundays before holidays, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
That's this. And then the last thing is the outdoor rooftop, 12 o'clock, it's fine. Are we done? I think we're done.
I think so.
Commissioner?
Open windows and doors facing Allen Street, closed by 12 a.m. if DJ is playing, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Everything else is as we had approved back in 2020. Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
Thank you very
we
much.
vote to approve. Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'm
and for your help. We
sorry
appreciate it.
about the back and forth. Good luck with this.
Thank you so much. We'd love to have you as guests when we open.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is 874 Shannon Wong Liquor Inc.
I can still say it, so good morning, Chair and Commissioner. Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. You have before you a very unique set of circumstances.
Crazy times.
Well, crazy-
Have you moved the door? Are you going to move the door?
He's going to move the door, this is all contingent, obviously, on you accepting this. What we're going to do is take that door and move it away from the corner and create a space that would take this question of whether it's within 200, I mean, it is, there's no question, it's within 200 feet, but it's only because of the
This
door.
whole time you didn't notice that?
Well,
there was a turn?
if I may, if you looked at what I said since 1934, nobody noticed. And again, I don't want to give my age, but I've been around. There was a thing known as an ABC board at one point, and that ABC board was very critical to the investigation of applications. So in 1934, some investigator went to that spot because that's what they did in those days. They actually had interviews with the applicant and the attorney, and they also went to the site, and they didn't believe anyone. And I can't believe that an investigator could have missed that in 1934. Now, the other issue.
We got something for it. Were you there in 1934?
No, I don't think, no, even I wasn't there in 1934, but I must say that, I mean, and I don't want to argue this case, but there were two instances where this church actually closed. So it could be stated that, in fact, they predated. I mean, if you would find that, it would save everybody a lot of time and money, because he's gonna have to expend a great
I
deal
will
of.
not find that. So I think that instead of closing your store, I'm gonna take the 2,000 and you're gonna move it. I could take more, but I think it's gonna cost a bit to
No,
move the door. So I'm gonna let you spend the money on that, and
I appreciate that. I mean, I would even ask that maybe that be lowered, but if 2,000 is your minimum, then that's what it is.
I don't really have a minimum. This never happened before. Usually it's a cancellation.
Believe me.
You're offering you're creatively thinking, and that the fact that you can move the door, because if you can't move the door, I have to take your license.
There's no question.
So spend the money on moving a door.
I concur.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be with you.
Okay. Do you want to check out to make sure that happens, or you want the?
When is it? How long is
Well,
that?
I'm
gonna
gonna have to
take?
file an alteration application anyway,
Yeah.
so, yeah, we're gonna,
Send us photos.
yeah, absolutely, but I can't do it today. I
No,
mean,
no, not now.
Yeah, okay.
When you get it done.
Very good, thank you.
But try to get it done, within the
No,
next.
listen, I don't have to elaborate on buildings departments, but we've been in touch with them. In theory, they're in agreement with this. He's engaged an architect, so I'm at the mercy of.
He owns
these
the
towns.
building as well.
No, he doesn't. He does not own the
Oh,
building.
okay, fair enough. You deal with it, you let us know.
Yes, ma'am.
But we will check again at some point.
No, that's fine.
Next is 861 Vintage 41 Inc.
This is a conditional no contest. The facts are not in dispute when.
In about a year.
Okay, I'm sorry, Martin mailed me sent me again. This is, the facts are not in dispute. The investigators came, they were looking for something else. They actually found cases. He has no excuse for those cases other than to say there was a party that he was going to deliver the alcohol to. He didn't have the product they wanted, or part of the product what he wanted. Again, no excuse. I would ask that you accept the penalty that was suggested.
All right, I'm gonna accept 5,000, but please, not again.
Got it. Very good. Thank you. Have a good day.
Commissioner?
Thank you.
I concur.
Thanks.
861.
Don't rush off. Have a good day. Next is 848 Canarsie Plaza Liquor Warehouse Corp.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi, mailer in Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Samira Yevdaev. This is for a warehouse permit, a 4,000 square foot warehouse at 9815 Forest Avenue in Brooklyn. Canarsie has operated its liquor store at 8925 Avenue D in Brooklyn for over 11 years, maintaining a good record. Needing additional storage for the business, in 2018, Canarsie got a 2,000 square foot warehouse, about 600 feet from where the liquor store is. That lease is just expired. The building is in disrepair with mold problems and structural problems. That lease is not being renewed. Canarsie looks for another space. This is the closest space it found, which is the 4,000 square foot warehouse, which is further away from the liquor store. We would have liked to have been closer to the liquor store.
Can I
This is,
ask you a question?
yeah.
The storage fee invoice that you sent me, do you have a sense of how long that is for storage? Is that each month?
That's a monthly fee that they're charged. Yes, the store is doing about $8,000 a month, and they have a warehouse now. They have the 2,000 square foot warehouse that they have to get out of, but they're paying, and I gave you just one example of, I think, maybe a billing from Southern, which is $3,900 some odd dollars for the month, so or more. So, I mean, in addition to getting out over, they really need more warehouse space here, so they're not incurring those kind of bills.
I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
I'm gonna concur with the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Have a good day.
That's it?
I have another case.
Next is 868 Il Vino Torchino Inc. Is it just you? Are you
Just me.
opposition or the?
Yes.
Oh,
Francis Buscemi, mailer in Buscemi. I'm here in opposition to the application. This is an upgrade application.
make sure. Il Vino Torchino.
Shall I proceed?
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is an upgrade. In 2011, this store, I represent Mike's Liquors, which is 200 feet from this store on the same, I believe it's on the same street. Il Vino received a wine store license in 2011. Then it goes for an upgrade in 2014, which is limited to New York State liquor products only. Spirits, but only New York State spirits. Now it's coming to the Liquor Authority requesting that that stipulation, that restriction be taken off and that it be permitted to sell any type of liquor products that it wants to. We're opposing that, but for that stipulation.
Wait, who's the applicant?
They're not here.
He's not
They're not
here.
here.
He's opposition.
Okay.
But for that stipulation concerning New York State products, I think it's clear that the upgrade to a liquor would not have been granted in the first instance. So now it's trying to get something that the board really disapproved prior to this. As I said, it's only 200 feet from my client's store. When you look at the existing liquor stores in the area within 1 mile, you have 12 liquor stores. Within 1.5 miles, you have 27 existing liquor stores. When we look at Mike's Liquor's sales, and that's the only one I have sales for, so I don't know whether anyone else has submitted sales. But my client's sales are down 25% from 2019, from 22. So it's never, it had the COVID bump, you know, whenever it was in 20 or 21, but it's still below, 25% below its 2019 sales, gross sales. I don't think this applicant has shown to the authority. I don't think that the applicant has shown to the authority public convenience and advantage element here in permitting it to open up. And again, it started as a wine license. The Liquor Authority, I'll say, was nice enough to give it New York State liquor, and that's what it sold itself as when it got that upgrade to liquor.
I understand, I hear you.
Yeah.
We're gonna hold it over until next time the applicant comes.
Okay.
You're gonna be here on the 26th, or should I hold it over to August 16th?
I'll probably be here.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my calendar. I have my calendar in my bag.
Okay, I don't know if you have planned
I have,
vacation or something.
it's the
If
26th,
you
yeah, I have
have-
matters on. I'll be here.
Okay.
Over to 7:20.
Thank you.
If you have a vacation plan, I'll hold it
No,
over
again, I
until.
appreciate that. No, I have a.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Just a record, 1 second.
Oh,
Yeah, wait, you have to vote first. You okay
over
hold it
to
over?
July 26th for this
Oh,
one.
I'm fine, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, thanks.
We're gonna go on a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the recess, back on the record after a brief recess. Next is 817 Saratoga Hospitality at GAFFNEYS LLC.
Good afternoon, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon, members of the authority, Alexandra Becker of Whiteman, Osterman, and Hannah. I have here with me Justin Manfro. We're here today on a method of change of operation application, which is really kind of the culmination of a long process that started years ago when the original licenses were filed by their prior council. There was an error in that they have multiple licenses. Apparently, he switched which ones were to have DJs and live music, such that the one that we actually wanted it at didn't get it. The other one did. That came to light last year as part of a broader CNC plea when we were here before the board. Part of that also included cleaning up the ownership, which has been done. When we were before the board at last year's meeting, we had requested that the method of operation change be processed as well to add dancing, live music, and DJs. And at that time, the board had said, you know, come back, we're reinstating the license, come back at the end of the summer, meaning last summer. And we can talk about if you've had no incidents adding those back in. Due to the licensing backlog, we are only now here before you today, a year later. This business has been operating without live music, without dancing, without DJs in a district in the city of Saratoga where every other bar has these options. This has resulted in this business losing close to $3 million. And as you may know, the Saratoga season is incredibly short. The track opens actually tomorrow. It's a 7-week season. The ability or the inability to have music during that time absolutely determines the business's fate for the rest of the year. As you will see from our supplementary submission, we had a letter from James Monteghino, who is the safety commissioner of Saratoga, noting that he had spoken with the police and I believe code enforcement and confirming that there had been no issues. And our memorandum of understanding with the city, which would remain in place, to be clear, we're not asking for any changes to that, contemplates that as long as we operate within the terms of our license, whatever that may be, they're okay with it. And when we had met with the city last year, we noted that we would be asking for these things to be reinstated. And that's why that was written the way it was, so that there would not need to be changes to the method of operation or the memo of understanding. We are certainly here before you today for any questions that the board may have.
I understand all your arguments. I think there is a huge concern in Saratoga Springs in general about life and
we understand that.
Been asked and instructed to really take the public's concerns into consideration in these decisions.
And we are the only bar, as far as I'm aware, that's subject to this memorandum of understanding. We close earlier than the other bars. We've not been able to have any music. All the other bars, all of the live music acts that had been at Gaffney's for 30 years.
You have a history.
And for the last year we've operated, we've had no issues. We respectfully request that this business be allowed to resume a modicum of how they were able to operate before with these parameters in place. I understand that there's a push from the city to promote earlier closing times. We are already subject to that while other bars are not.
Just something we're very supportive of, and quite frankly, the biggest factor is the timing issue. It's true that nothing good happens after 2 a.m. And that's true. And I think the biggest mistake we made in those 6 months of issues over the 7 years was staying open past 2 a.m. And that's something that closing as early as possible on that street would be something that we're in favor of.
I really like to say yes. That's why I came here in this job, but I cannot. And so I'm going to vote.
Could we, in lieu of denial, could we have, at the end of meeting last year, you had said, come back at the end of the summer and we can talk about it. If the issue is the DJ, for example, could we at the very least get the ability for live music and dancing back? We can all agree, I think that's a very different crowd. You know, if we have a gentleman outside with an acoustic guitar and you've got the after track crowd there, it's generally with people eating dinner. If we need to put a time limit on that, that no live music after a certain time of night, that is certainly something we are amenable to do if that's what the authority requires. But to say that they can never have any form of music, again, puts this business out of business. They have recorded background music, but a big part of their business for many years, this is a business that had been around for 40 years, quote me if I'm wrong, was at least the ability to have live music. And that was a big tradition of this business and never an issue of any of the events that occurred that precipitated the CNC plea. None of those were ever tethered to the live music. That was the late night, that was the DJs. So to the extent that the board would be willing to, at the very least, give us back live music, again, even if there were to be a time limit on that, I think that would be an important first step. And then if we need to come back to you in some period of time to show that we can do this and that we can take that next step, that's certainly something that we're amenable to do. But if we are not able to have, you know, dancing and at least live music, this business will go out of business. And a key part of the CNC plea last year was the understanding that we would have the ability, if we operated correctly, to come back before you and get those things. And we've done that. So to say that we can't, you know, take any step forward after a year of clean operation is very disappointing, to say the least. Okay.
Gonna take a brief recess to conference with council. We'll be back on the record shortly. We're back on the record.
The best
after
I can do for you is to just double check something. So can you just sit down and wait?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, call that back up. Next is 810 Marchello's Garden Grill Inc. 810.
I like to wait here. Go ahead and move this out. Hello.
Go ahead and introduce
Okay.
yourself. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Pat DeLuca. I'm here to represent my client Fred Marcellio regarding a disciplinary case number 162032. We had submitted an offer in compromise, and Mr. Amarato had suggested that we appear to speak to the board.
So, do you still have a sign outside your business that said live music?
Yes.
So you're not allowed to have live music? There are no real residents around you?
I can show you.
Can I?
No, let me just ask him.
I want to explain, he had a presentation, but he was flying in from South Carolina. He didn't get here in time for us to copy it, but I would like you to see it.
Okay. Or you can ask our staff to copy it if you want to take the time.
I'd like to explain it because I think the explanation is the reason why I came from South Carolina to this meeting today.
Okay.
I had
Do you live in South Carolina?
No, I was visiting a friend 4 months ago, and I had an accident. I was on a bicycle. I was hit by a pickup truck. And the hospitals and the care down there is amazing. We have to go back on the 28th. They have to remove metal from my foot. So been running my business. My wife is my partner there, and I've been running my business sort of remotely and following on what I can follow. And I would like to show you the moves that I've made to change the whole situation of music being played, which is
Okay.
part of my business. Can I show you this?
We have a mode of operation change as well as an alteration change, but we can't file them until this is clear or they'll be automatically rejected. But they reflect the new floor plan with the bar. And the bar is now inside the second bar that we're requesting. And the mode of operation does include live music and everything we're here to talk about.
Okay, so you're going to file a
We
change
have
of
it
method of
ready, yeah.
operation?
Yes, we have them
Part
already, but we can't file them until the violations have been cleared from the record. Or it will be automatically.
Okay, but you prepared this, so DeLuca, bring that. Why don't you help your client?
Mr. DeLuca?
That's a picture.
Mr. DeLuca, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For how many years now? For how many years now has he been having live music? You know?
Garden Grove being here.
Since the beginning of COVID, I believe.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're kind of mixing the record right now by having two conversations going on. Sorry, Mike.
Okay, so now, this is our floor plan. This is the old location where the music was playing with doors open to the outside patio area. We have now moved the location 30 feet in further.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So that it's and changed the size of the speakers to a smaller size.
Yeah, but your windows are still open?
No, when music is played, all these doors are closed.
Okay.
All right. I have that laid out here. And this is the library that I showed you.
Yep, that's fine.
This is their concert series. They play live music outside, large bands. Hundreds of people come as close to the residents.
Yeah,
as
but
I
they
can.
don't have a liquor license.
No, I know. I know that's sort of frivolous, but that's.
Fair enough.
This is a list of local restaurants and establishments and bars, more restaurants than bars, that have live music, some outdoors, some
Fair
not.
enough.
And this is a look of the restaurant. We are a dining restaurant. We are open until 10:30 at night. out of bridal showers, baby showers, communions, confirmations, bar mitzvahs. It was a fairly large establishment with multiple dining rooms. The music is being streamlined down to just duos.
All right.
Do you have a digital copy of that
No,
presentation?
but I'll get you one.
If you could forward it to me, just so we
I'll
can put it in
forward
the
it to you.
I
record.
can leave you with that. It's not something
Okay.
that I need for it. It's only.
It's a nice binder.
It's a nice binder.
with some pages.
I firmly believe in
No.
what I do.
No.
We support local Long Island music. They're all local Long Island people that make a living from doing it.
So who runs the restaurant?
While I was away, my wife, my son, my chef, who's been with me since we opened in 1995.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We have over 50 employees at this restaurant. 10 to
Okay.
12 of them which run their households.
Okay.
And their income is derived from what we're able to do at the restaurant.
That's
When do you plan to return to this area, if you plan to return to this area?
Then July 28th, I'm having the surgery, things being removed from my foot. Probably take about a month of recouping time and staying by the hospital there, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
No. But my wife's my business partner owns 50% of the restaurant. She spends.
And why didn't she come?
Because I didn't really want to.
You didn't want her to come.
I wanted to chat with Pat a little bit.
Here.
I think I really good.
Fair enough. All right.
Thanks for listening to my whole story.
No, thank you for sharing your story, and thanks for coming in. I mean, this is an ongoing problem, sir. You know, you've been cited for noise basically throughout the pandemic.
Well, that I would like to explain.
No, it's okay. You don't need to explain that. You need to go back to the mic. Yeah, go back to the mic area so that your voice can get picked up.
Okay.
Mike, you had something to say? Please.
I would just like to mention that this has been an ongoing saga with this licensee, or going back as far as 2020. The Smithtown Department of Public Safety is in constant contact with the Enforcement Bureau. He has been told on several occasions that he's not permitted to have live music. Despite being told that over the course of 3 years, he continues to do so, and admittedly says that he has bands and he's got bands outside. So, you know, here we are now, and he's looking to change his method of operation. But I'm here to tell you, based on my conversations with the Department of Public Safety, that that's not going to be permitted. So all I'm saying is that I don't know if his intentions are continuing doing what he's doing and just continue to build up charges, or if he's going to stop, cease and desist, wait till everything is approved before he moves forward.
Mr. Amaretta?
Yes.
When all these violations happened was during COVID. We were forced to shut the inside of the restaurant down, and we opened and put a bar on the outside, gave up the license on the inside bar and served outside. During the pandemic, I was able to keep my employees employed, and keep their families going, keep the neighborhood. At that time, when we were getting violations, the way that the Smithtown handles a violation, because I am a corporation, the violation gets sent to Albany. Albany then returns it to me about 2 months later. So as things are going, I think everything's fine. The town doesn't have the decency to come to me and say, hey, you know, we just want to let you know that you had a noise violation. This was during pandemic that everything piled up. Then we moved and put an expansion on the restaurant that was all in the books, all approved by the town. We put the music inside, close to a door. Mistake. We have now taken the music and moved it and downsized the speakers 30 foot to the inside of the building. We keep the doors closed when music is playing. We have a decibel meter. When music is on, we walk the perimeter of the property and make sure that the music level at that point is less than 50. which is very soft, it's softer than I'm speaking right now. I think that the music is a very important part of this restaurant and that we'd like to continue it, and we will be very vigilant about the volume. Welcome Liquor Authority to come and check us at any point in time, because we'll be conforming.
But you're missing the point about the live music. So you haven't mentioned anything about that and how you're not licensed to have live music. And the other thing is last year, which was beyond the pandemic, you were cited for noise as well.
That's been remedied by moving the music from close to the doors with doors open. The doors are never open when music is playing. We have an improved outdoor dining area that has no speakers, not even for ambient music. Okay.
So why is it that we should permit you to continue having live music when you're not licensed to have it, and then address other licensees doing the same thing and telling them they have to stop immediately?
No, I would not try to harm any other business in my area. That's not my nature. I've been in this restaurant since 1994.
That's not what I'm asking. It's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, why would you not stop using live bands when you've been told you're not currently licensed to do it? That's what I'm asking you. Like, why should we give you a pass as opposed to other people who get violations and then they stop? Why should you be permitted to continue?
Okay. Right now, we're going to apply for a mode of operation change.
And
If it's necessary for me to stop the music, which would be detrimental to business, since I've moved it to an inside location, which is for my customers inside the restaurant. It is a dining restaurant. Trying to express that. People like to dine. We always make sure.
I understand all that. And just forgive me, but back in 2020, when we were inundated with complaints, and our own enforcement team went out there, you were told this. So I'm just puzzled as to why you're waiting now to file a change in your method of operation and to look for approval from the town of Smithtown. That's all I'm asking you.
That's going to be it.
the answer was, we didn't file it because the violations were pending and it wouldn't be accepted. And in between, there was a brief window before he got another violation, which put the same lock onto our ability to file a mode as well as an alteration, both of which are sitting there finished, but until the violations are cleared, they won't be accepted.
So 5/21/21, you paid $15,000 in civil penalties. Okay. Followed by the next one came in. The next violation was then sent out on March 21st of 2023. So the record was clean all that time, and you certainly had and would have been permitted to file a change in your application.
Doesn't sound like it was clean, and I found out, I researched what happened on that March date. I had an accident. I was in South Carolina at that point.
I understand. No, I understand all that. But Mr. DeLuca wasn't in an accident. He was there. He was representing you. I'm just wondering why the application was never filed, despite the fact that you had to discontinue the music. You disregarded that from the town. You disregarded from the SLA, and you continued doing what you wanted to do. And now you're telling us that you couldn't file your change in your method of operation because you never had a clean record. And I respectfully saying that you had a window of opportunity to do so, and you chose not to. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Mike. I had $30,000 written down. I'm gonna, with the commissioner's support, double the fine to 15,000. You have to stop live music until you get the proper approvals. I know you've done all the work. Maybe there is a faster way to do that. But, we agree with Mike. You've been told many times, this is years of, ongoing. I don't know where you actually live or whether you're at your
I
business.
live 1
but-
mile from the restaurant.
Okay,
My son is there, as my wife is
it's
there's a,
15,000. You can decide to take it or leave it, and you need to stop the live music
Till you're
and
approved.
stop the complaints until you're approved.
And
Because,
if you file the applications, that doesn't mean you can
No,
have
you have
live
to wait
music.
till-
You have to
till-
wait
yeah.
till final approval.
and you're skating on thin ice here. If you get another violation, it's going to be a cancellation. So,
Commissioner,
Concur with the chair.
you'll get a letter, so the CNC is denied and you'll get a counteroffer letter.
sucks, my birthday's Friday, I have a nice duo playing.
You still wasn't supposed to have the duo playing.
What's that?
You still wasn't
I w-
supposed to have the music.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Even if we accepted the CNC today, all right, you still shouldn't have had the duo playing on Friday. It's still recorded music only. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. Next is 840, 221 Mamma Mia Enterprises, Inc.
Good morning to all. My name is Lawrence Cara. I appear also with Louis Marquez. He is the present owner, actually running the restaurant at 221 Fulton Avenue. We're seeking an on-premises full liquor license. Mr. Marquez has been in the entertainment industry and restaurant business for the past 15 years. Most recently, he had about 8 years at Pompeii Restaurant, both as a bartender, manager, waiter, and everything else one would do. Most respectfully, he has been operating a Mexican restaurant. The menu has been previously supplied to you for the past year and a half. We are now seeking to infuse alcohol into the restaurant. There was a 500-foot examination reported, and it was positively found. In addition thereto, he has made proper application to the village of Hempstead. He has obtained the business activity, this being a
what are
restaurant.
the hours you want?
The hours we're requesting is 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., with the understanding that the restaurant would be closed on Thursday. Security as necessary, no bands, no DJs. The cabaret license from the village of Hempstead indicates.
And you want only 4 private events a year?
Yes, we're really not going to be running private events.
No money, right?
Okay. All right. Just in the interest of time, this was a positive 500-foot hearing outcome. You've been here before and you sent us the licenses from the village of Hempstead as we had asked you, so I'm not going to make you revisit everything. I assume the low number of investment is because you're already operating and this is just reflecting what you're spending to do this application.
That is correct, ma'am.
And so I'm going to vote to approve 1 a.m. across the board, no dancing, no live music, no DJ, 10 private events a year, no third-party promoter.
That is understood. That is what we requested, Your Honor. I thank you for your time.
Concur with
Thank
the
you.
chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in again.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next is 849 Nomad Wine Cellars, Inc.
Good afternoon, Robert Swetnick for the applicant. Happy to say I don't believe there's any opposition on this. It's for a new license. Yes, I should ask you if there's any questions regarding it.
I believe there was a
But there was
protest from a storefront mosque,
there was a letter, yes. What it is I have pictures of the building. I think it's also in your investigation, that it's a building where there is called a mosque at the bottom of it. And there's a restaurant and other commercial space on top. So it is not used exclusively as a house of worship and therefore would not be a prohibition. And let me just hand up a picture. Okay. Oh. See this first. The closest liquor store is 3 blocks away. It's not on the same street. All the other stores in the area have been increasing in sales.
How are you getting that? I don't see that at all.
How am I getting?
Increasing in sales?
Let me grab the sheets.
Increasing in sales from 21 to 22?
Well, from, the closest one went from 518 to 958 to 1,027,000.
Yeah, but you're skipping that in 2018, they made the same amount that they made in 2020, so 22 rather.
Well, I'm looking at the last.
They're all, the 22 numbers are all at best on par with the 18 number. The third store where you used to work, it's actually gone down a whole $1 million.
I don't know that it went from 1 million, well, again, went from 1,000,005 to 1,000,008 to 1,000,009.
No,
Why
it went from 2.8 to 2.7 to 1.5 to 1.8 to 1.9.
Right.
You got to look at, I mean.
I guess the question is, why did it drop? But then.
Well,
even during
because
the
of
pandemic,
COVID, it dropped in 2020.
But everyone else was going up.
Well, this is city stores, right? So I'm not really sure if New York City purchasing has come back. Obviously, these numbers are showing that they have not. So I'm not really sure how you're justifying another store in this area.
I think all the, number one, there's no opposition. Number two, I think there is a need.
There is opposition.
There is, yeah.
Well, what
And
opposition?
even though it's not a 200-foot rule issue, part of public convenience and advantage is considering all opposition. Because just because it's convenient and advantage. And advantage requires us to consider whether or not the community wants it.
No, but is there opposition, Miles?
Yes.
By who?
From the mosque.
There is a mosque.
Well,
But you're
but the mosque is saying it's because it's a mosque, not that there's not a need for a liquor store. And then obviously it is not used exclusively as a house of worship.
Yeah, but
Again,
you
that doesn't
can't
matter when-
dismiss that they are right next door to you, and these are
And there's-
faithful people that don't want a liquor store next to their
and
operation.
they have a restaurant in the exact same building, right above them.
Yeah, but it's not a liquor store. That's
I don't
different.
sell liquor there.
Is the restaurant beer and wine?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No,
What's the
I would be
restaurant?
surprised if
Yeah.
the restaurant next to it.
In the same building as the mosque, not in the same building as this.
Right. With the name up?
Yeah.
You know. But when you bring it up, now I see nice. Looks like none of these restaurants.
There is no beer and
It
wine.
doesn't look like it. Yeah, I would be surprised if they do.
Yeah, well, it's, yeah, none of the restaurants have liquor licenses. All right. Look, you may be a fit candidate for a liquor store, but I don't know that there's public convenience advantage I can find at this location, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner?
I concur with the chair.
Next is 858 Celery Inc.
Robert Swednick, opposition.
Ms. Hoffman is coming up for the applicant.
I didn't even know this is, but that's really important. Like, this is a whole block of their stuff.
Yep, and if the applicant can introduce themselves first, and then we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Sweatneck.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Commissioner DeLeon, and congratulations, Chairman Fan. I haven't been up here in a while. My name is Elke Hoffman. I'm here with Catherine.
Congratulations to you.
Yes, thank you. It's been a while. Well, gotta stay at home a little more often than I used to.
Good.
And Catherine and Brendan are here with me, and they are. Catherine manages Celery, and Brendan's one of the principals. And with that, I'll let the opposition lead.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead, thank you.
And please, I'll let the representatives of the stores introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Raina Anderson from Henry Hardy's Wines and Liquors, and I'm here with my sister, Glory, and then I am Glory Anderson. Okay, that's Hardy's.
Oh, yeah, Dan Thom from the McKee Wine Liquors.
Channel from the Ben Liquor.
Hold on a second. Let me just see 1 second. You guys are from McKee? You're from McKee? Yes. And you're from?
Henry Hardy's.
Henry Hard, okay, so the two closest, okay.
And then Ben's Fine Wine.
And Ben's, okay. Got it, thank you.
Okay, this was an application that Commission originally turned down because it said that basically there was no additional need in the Bay Ridge area, which is something which it has said fairly consistently as recently as the last meeting. What happened is this applicant then came back and said, we will agree to be just a wine store. There was still opposition, but that was about 2 years ago, and the commission agreed, the authority agreed that it could operate as long as it limited itself to being a wine store.
Yes.
It is now back here requesting that it be able to modify itself, to become a full liquor store in competition. We've shown Henry Hardy, which is the closest one. Since it even opened up as a wine store, its sales have been going down. That we do not believe there's additional need. Again, you as recently as 2 weeks, well, a month ago, looked at another applicant for the Bay Ridge area and said that the community is well served by the existing liquor stores. The sales at the existing liquor stores show that there's not a need and that there's no need for an additional liquor store. We do not believe because they came and they misrepresented or had false hopes that they should now be rewarded and be able to convert from a wine store to a full liquor store. In addition, this applicant, I'm sorry to say, is somewhat flouting the rules even for a wine store. They're selling additional products at the store, and we have printouts where they're showing with the bakery to selling those products. They're also using the backyard area for tastings, which is not a licensed area. I can hand up their own postings. So it is not the kind of applicant that we should be rewarding for all these reasons, for the violations, number one, and more importantly, because there's not a need and because they came to you and they made a specific representation that they were turned down as a liquor store and that they would only be a wine store. And then they're not even now agreeing to stick to be a wine store. So there's not a community need, and there's no reason why you should be granting this change in application. Thank you. Anything you want to add?
Good afternoon. Hey. I represent Celery, and Celery is a wine store in Bay Ridge. They applied in 2020, or they applied prior to 2020. It came before the full board in 2020 at a time when applicants were not allowed to appear in person. They are applying to open, at the time, they applied to open a boutique wine and liquor store in Bay Ridge in an area where all the 4 closest stores, in fact, you asked for sales for 5 closest, they're mainstream stores. This is a boutique store. They, again, sort of like a lot of up and coming areas, they are providing a small craft producers. They agreed on stipulations not to carry any products from Southern and Empire. Again, it was a time they were not able to appear in person to present their model. It was disapproved, and at their representative's suggestion, they appealed, again, all in documents to go down to a wine store, which was approved. I believe had they come here, they may have been able to make an argument for a wine liquor store, but it was a time when everything was only on the documents. It was 2020. And they have been true to their mission. They were very clear. Their initial application was for a boutique wine and liquor store, and they'd like to be able to do that. It's a small store. It carries exclusively craft products. They do not carry any products from Southern and Empire. They are well loved in the community, and the 10 days since we knew about the hearing, they've assembled like over 90 signatures from the community. Local officials have supported this store. The craft spirits that they would be selling are 100% in line with their store's mission, which is sustainable. And, I can let them speak a little bit more to the actual, the product and the inventory. There would be little to no overlap with the existing stores. In the 2 years they've been in business, they have incredibly strong sales, which I think shows you that there's demand for this type of product in the community. Since COVID, there's been an influx of additional residents to Bay Ridge that have left Manhattan that are seeking out this type of product as opposed to what is available in the mainstream stores. In this particular area, there had not been a new store in 18 years until this store applied. In an area with a growing community, to have only one new store in 18 years it's not like a resurgence and oversaturation of stores. And none of the other stores carry these kinds of products. I can show you pictures. They brought some lovely pictures of the store to show you sort of how different it is from any of the other mainstream stores. I think the addition here to allow the store to carry up to 15%, and they're happy to agree that 85% of the store's inventory is wine. So they're asking to be able to carry up to 15% of the store's inventory in all craft small batch spirits, none of which would be sold by Southern or Glacier or Empire. So with that, I will let Brendan and Catherine add a little bit more about their store, and there's some pictures of the store as well.
So let me ask you about the bread.
Sure.
Are you aware that you are not allowed to sell anything else?
We are.
Yes, we are. The baker, a local man named David, asked if we would be open to him sampling some bread at the shop, and not sampling, but sharing during a tasting. And I said,
We never sold any.
We never
bread,
sold
no-
anything.
No money was exchanged hands or any credit card or anything. He was running another business he does out of his home.
yeah, it was very simply sharing bread as one would have a cheese plate or something
Okay,
during
but you
a
can't
few
advertise
tastings.
his brand. You can't do it. You really
I
can't do
truly
it.
didn't know that too. I do apologize.
All right, go ahead.
All the easy.
So I'm Brendan, co-owner. I work at the shop. I also work in the film industry doing logistics. So I'm at heart a logistics person. I work kind of behind the scenes to make sure things run smoothly. Catherine is the talent that curates and puts together all of our small selection of wines and whatnot. And we will bring that same business model to spirits if allowed. Very small, curated. We don't have to carry larger products from Southern and Empire. We're happy to stick to our business model. Anytime anybody comes into our shop, which is often to ask for Whispering Angel or Barefoot or something of that nature, we will send them to the opposition. And if granted spirits, we would do the same. People coming in to ask for Tito's or Jose Cuervo or whatever it might be that we don't carry, we would send to the opposition.
We're not trying to steal customers. We're trying to offer a different business model in the neighborhood. But I'll let Catherine speak because she's the one up front.
So I wrote a little something because I get nervous talking. So my name is Catherine O'Rourke, and I manage Celery alongside an incredibly knowledgeable woman named Mabel Fisher, who's running the shop today on her usual day off so we can be here. I've worked and studied in the wine and spirits industry for 17 years, including positions at a Napa Valley winery, in restaurants, retail shops, and import distribution companies. I'm certified in the first level of the Court of Master Sommelier, and also as well as the advanced level of the WSET, and consider myself a forever student. A young man named Jojo Trapani helps us with stocking, delivering, website upkeep, and whatever else needs doing. My husband, Brendan O'Rourke, works full-time in the film industry as a location manager. He has more time to help with the shop these days, as the writer's strike has caused a near halt to filming. But when filming is business as usual, he spends long days planning for production, yet still makes time to break down boxes and run deliveries at night, as well as working the shop with me on weekends. His business partner, Pralak Shukla, works full-time as a manager of cybersecurity for Bank of America and makes regular visits upstate to visit his young daughter, yet finds the time to help with accounting, website development, and shop coverage whenever he can. We are a small team who work hard because we believe in what we're doing. We've gone into further details in our submission, but to give a quick rundown, we've built a firm foundation in our almost 3 years with our vision only set toward more. We host weekly tastings with informed professionals and winemakers. We've built an e-commerce site enabling local and citywide delivery options, as well as frequently used national shipping, an active social media presence, a newsletter, and a subscription society. We are proud to support local schools, nonprofits, artists, social activism groups, and community events however we can. Our shop is clean and pretty. We fill the front window with new designs and poetry on a monthly basis and make sure there are always fresh flowers around. We hope a visit to Celery is a peaceful respite that feeds the spirit and reminds of the gentle things in life. In the eastern hills of France, headed toward its alpine border with Switzerland, a man named Nicolas Gonin is known as the protector of orphan grapes. He harbors a safe space for ancient varieties like Altesse, Mundus, and Persan, the latter of which there are only 10 hectares left in the world. We support his wines alongside many others like them in our 1,000+ SKUs. We seek to do the same with spirits, with producers like Eau de Vie, like Eau de Vie from an Alsatian producer in the village of Ribouvelle named Jean-Paul Mette. Eau de Vie translates to water of life. As life is ephemeral, he captures the essence of its freshest moment in fruits and herbs aplenty: strawberry, pear, ginger, cinnamon, and on and on. Eau de Vie is a traditional spirit of a region that has gone back and forth between French and German rule with so much war, and yet its people paint their homes in pastel pinks and blues and yellows. Storks nest on their roofs, and hope lives on. We are not here to compete with our neighbors. We never were and will continue to direct customers their way when we don't carry what they're looking for, as we have since the day we opened. Our neighbors have existed for a long time and carry a selection that many people seek. We do something distinctly different and are surrounded by people who seek that too. We can both serve the community in our own way. Both things can be true. We desire to make a home on our shelf for the little guys who are like Jean-Paul Mette and his finite number of bottles that carry the message of their place. They might not find a home on many shelves elsewhere, and so slowly, yet surely, their story goes quiet. And we hope it doesn't, and we thank you for your time.
All right. So here's my response. I do realize that you think you're not a competition, but if you look at the numbers, certainly your opening have directly impacted their sales hugely. And while I'm not here to protect them, I think that when you made this argument, which was what got you the store, I think it's unfair to now say, you know, you're going to get more share of the pie, because while you don't think it's competition, what you're doing, which is a beautiful work, you're certainly changing the tastes of the neighborhood. And that's not going back. If this request is because there may be pending legislation that opened the door for wine, I don't feel like that issue is ripe enough to decide today. So I'm going to vote no. Stop the bread. And In the event that that legislation passes and there is an issue to discuss at that point, we can revisit.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I'll just note that the photo that was handed by opposing counsel, the food items there look like they're packaged for sale. Does this baker have his own business or place of business?
He and his wife do, they live locally, and that was like 3 times around the holidays, they haven't been in the shop, and
We've terminated that.
I genuinely didn't know it was not allowed, and it is not happening anymore.
All right, I'm going to concur with the chair at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, and just for the record, while I was speaking, I asked my client if she was selling any product that was not from Southern Empire, and she drew a list of approximately 20 products. So I
Right.
believe everything is.
Right. Look, I love what you guys are doing. Don't get me wrong here. So I think you have a beautiful store. Your numbers are healthy. This is not a desperate request. It's not like, oh, we're about to go out of business, right? You know, you want to add to it. So maybe in the future, we can have that conversation.
Thank you. These photos are excellent. You should take them back, unless we need them.
What are they?
It's the same with
Photos of the store.
pictures that are on the website, but
Do you want them?
no,
I'll take a look.
okay. It's pictures of the store.
Yeah.
They're beautiful. Thank you. You got one more? What you got?
Finally.
Thank you.
Finally, look behind you.
Was it 847 E&O Wine and Spirits Inc.?
No, MG 54. MG 54. Change of status. They all got signed in the
They
same
didn't
order.
send it, right?
This was brought,
But,
put over
yeah.
here. 17.
I think we should wait then. All right, so we called the community board and they're gonna send us something. We don't have it unless you have it. This is 854?
No, MG 54 Bar and Lounge?
No, it's
No,
not.
No.
It's,
I got mixed up. Let me.
No, this is one where she's been operating a restaurant selling wine and beer since 2019.
it's 845, everyone.
Wanted to increase that to full liquor, gave a temporary permit for the full liquor 10 months ago. There's been absolutely no incident since then, no opposition from the.
We're gonna hold this
community board.
over until July 26th.
Is it, you talking about this one or that?
Yeah, I'm talking about this one.
So again, just for the record, this is agenda number 845, MG 54 Bar and Lounge. Want to hold this over?
Yes, because there was community board opposition before. And I assume you did not go back to the community board before you came here?
They did, yeah.
You did?
On this?
So did you get a letter?
No, can I ask?
Yeah, you can
I'm
answer.
sorry. We did not get a letter, but we notified them that we're gonna do the application. I have contact immediately directly with the community board, and they say that I just have to come back and reapply. They said I don't need them.
Okay, so then, in which case, the objection still stands, but I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and wait for something in writing. If you want me to take the objection on the record now, I can.
I
but
don't
you
have the
to
objection. I
agree
don't
with it.
even know what it is, so.
So, okay, so let's do 726. I think that's fair. 726.
I have a note that there's an Islamic center also on the same street. That
Islamic
is
center?
within 200 feet.
That's closed.
Did you say it was closed?
Closed.
It's not operating.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry you have to
Thank
come
you.
back.
It's July 26th for more information. You need.
For community board, yes.
Commissioner, you okay with that?
Yes.
Next is 847. Actually, did you, I'm so sorry. Did you get the information you needed to get?
No, not yet.
847 E&O Wine and Spirits Inc.
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. With me is the applicant, Zhao Jiji, and her husband, Jiang Li. This is a petition for removal of a package store from 1885 Belmore Avenue in North Belmore, Long Island, to 40 Central Court in Valley Stream, Long Island. This is a distance of 12 miles. The removal will not impact the current landscape of package stores because it will not add a store, it will replace a closed store in the area. The applicant's current store is 1,520 square feet with 728 square feet of retail space and minimal parking for customers. The proposed store is 6,000 square feet with 2,655 square feet of retail space and ample shopping mall parking for customers. The residents of the area around the proposed store, up until last year, were able to shop in a large store with extensive inventory and plenty of parking. Approval of this petition will restore that convenience and advantage to the community. A larger store generally provides an enhanced shopping experience for the public.
Okay. Since we checked and we haven't, very luckily, we have not replaced the Valley Stream store yet as a board. This is unusual, but I know that there is a history here, and I don't know if you were listening, but there was another situation that was similar here. I'm going to allow it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
I'm going
much.
to vote to approve.
I concur with the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is 857. UESMEX LLC, Amigo. 857. This is Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke.
He just got so happy he left his other client.
Well, they had two stores. In family, had two.
One more, right?
Okay, this is a CNC. This is a conditional contest plea with an offer of $5,000 civil
I'll
penalty.
take 5,000.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
Concur
you.
with the chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Had to get your appearance on file. Next is 820 Coco River LLC.
I'm sorry, what number was that?
820.
820.
All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Aaron Pierce.
Yep. Are you okay?
I'm here today
All right, go
on
ahead.
behalf of Coco River LLC as attorney. I have two of the three proprietors with me today. We are looking at a reconsideration for a declined 500-foot rule application. At the time, almost a full year ago now, we applied. The community board, which had unanimously voted for the space, had yet to send in their letter of approval. There were also some other relatively minor deficiencies, I believe, in the questionnaire for the 500-foot rule hearing.
Okay, I
That
think,
have been remedied.
yeah, so the only thing that is in dispute here is the hours. Are you okay with 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 3 a.m. Thursday to Saturday? You can start with those hours, and if there are no problems, you can come back. We
that-
usually say 12 months.
Yeah, that wasn't in dispute.
So you're okay
Chairperson.
with 2 a.m. and 3 a.m.? Yeah? So I think we're okay with it because the community board actually sent us stipulations. So I'm going to vote to approve with Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m., Thursday, Saturday, 3 a.m., recorded music, jukebox, no private events, no third-party promoters, windows and doors closed by 10 p.m., and outdoor space will be closed 11 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m. Friday, Saturdays. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay,
Concur with the chair.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 859 VINO BK LLC.
All right. Put your name on the record and then let them go.
Good afternoon, Antonio Dairo. I'm here representing VINO BK LLC and the principal, Eden Guyam, who is the client, business partner, and close friend.
I'm sorry, she's your business partner?
Yes,
You guys are both on the license?
not in this business, in other businesses.
In what other business?
We have restaurants that we operate together.
Oh, okay. Got it. Opposition? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I'm appearing on behalf of Mapadu LLC. Which is the second closest store, 0.3 miles away. My client wanted to be here today, but he was traveling and was unable to attend.
And who are you? You're a dental line?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to say something as well, if that's okay.
I'm not sure if it's a good thing that I now start recognizing all of you.
I know, I was going to say
Like-
that. I was
like-
just here on May 10th
I know.
from a location further away,
Yeah. Okay.
which was denied.
Yes. Go ahead.
My client's revenues were down 22 over 2021. We recognize that there was a slight bump for COVID during 2020 and 2021, but they're still trending downwards again this year. As just mentioned, there have been many applications in the Greenpoint area, and as far as I know, all of them have been disapproved. While we recognize that there's a lot of new construction in the area, that's been planned for almost a decade, and a lot of that was incorporated in the decisions made over the last decade. My client removed their store to a new space in 2019, partially, the main reason was their lease was up, but also to prepare for this new construction that was going up. Since then, they've been increasing their local delivery infrastructure. Basically, they've been preparing for these new buildings to open and gearing up for them to open. From the material submitted, I do not see how this store will be differentiated from the offerings of any of the other stores in the area. They submitted 2 letters of support, which seem to be from the developers of those buildings, not from any actual individuals. My client offers a selection of small batch spirits focused on New York, and Dandelion, she can talk about her store, but they offer a wide selection of spirits. I would also note that my client was only given the ability to sell wine in 2019. They were initially just approved for full liquor, but as part of that, they were limited to 25% of wine, and part of the reason for that was that the commissioner and the board at the time didn't think there was an adequate demand for another wine store in the area. Public sales figures indicate that sales at other stores in the area have been declining as well. We feel that the issuance of this store will not promote the public convenience and advantage.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, and congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I see you often. I was just here, my name is Lily Peachin. I'm the founder of Dandelion Wine, located at 153 Franklin Street between India and Java. I was just here on May 10th to protest a different application, which was denied due to lack of need and convenience, considering both our proximity and our sales being down somewhat significantly, which you can see on the gross sales letter. This is most likely due to 2 new wine shops which have opened in the immediate area within the last 2 years. Our sales are even less than 2019 pre-pandemic, and that's before pricing per bottle has gone up as well as other expenses. VINO BK is proposing a location that by Google Maps, is 600 feet away, 1 short city block, 0.1 mile, less than a 2-minute walk, which is even closer than Pon Pon Wines, which was denied 5 blocks away. Thank you.
Thank you. right, go ahead.
So obviously, we are familiar with the two stores that just opposed us. But on the SLA website, the public query, I'm confused because the method of operation that is stated for Dandelion Wines is wine only, but they state they're selling liquor. And for Duke's, which is Mappadoo, it's liquor only, which they state they're selling wine. So I'm uncertain as to whether or not they're operating out of their approved method of operation. Nevertheless, both stores are different. Dandelion is a self-proclaimed boutique store that offers mostly organic and biodynamic wines, which represents a very small fraction of the tens of thousands of wines on the planet. Duke's Liquor is primarily a liquor store. Both stores have different client, a different client base. It's like going to a Maria Italian restaurant and a red sauce joint. Both Italian restaurants, different clientele. What Enoteca BK aims to do, which is what our sister store in Long Island City aims, which does, Enoteca LIC, is be someplace in the middle. We don't sell
Wait,
mass
what
market.
sister store?
It's called Enoteca LIC. It was approved by the board 3 years ago, right before COVID, opened right before COVID. This would be a smaller
How is
version.
it your sister store?
I own and operate that store. Eden will be owning and operating this store. So the
Oh, I
philosophy of the stores is similar. It's about 20% liquor, but higher end liquor, not mass market liquor. We don't sell nips. We don't sell fifths. All one size bottles, 750s. The wines are medium range. There aren't any commercial big box wines. You're not going to find Yellowtail, the Mondavi lineup either. We don't focus on smaller boutique producers. We're someplace in the middle. This store in particular, because of Eden's 20-year plus business relationships with wineries and winemakers, she will have a section dedicated on to female winemakers, female wine operators, given her relationship to promote that aspect of the business, which has been underserved. So there is a difference. And this store, I know Pom Pom was denied given their proximity to Blue Slip. This store is totally west. It's the only store on the waterfront. Directly south of us is a huge development happening. Directly north of us is a huge development happening. 2 blocks south of that, which was currently a parking lot, will be another development. So the Greenpoint waterfront is building up. They've just opened the ferry stop at the end of the block in anticipation of this neighborhood increasing.
All right, thank you. So you've been here before, so you know that we don't take future population growth into consideration when we make decisions. You're certainly a fit candidate for a store, but I don't see public convenience and advantage. There are so many stores just within walking distance, and these are short blocks, so everyone is doing
But if I may,
decreasing
the offering of the other
numbers,
stores is different
so
than what we would offer if I make a job.
yeah, you will have to find a different location for this sister store idea. I'm gonna vote to deny.
Yeah, I've checked the numbers and I don't see growth either. I concur with the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Becker for Saratoga Hospitality at GAFFNEYS has asked if she can come back up.
What?
Are you ready for
For the Saratoga?
Oh.
Let me just see.
What number is that, please?
That's 817, but that's the one at Saratoga Hospitality at GAFFNEYS. I'm just saying, Ms. Becker was asking if it.
I haven't heard anything positive about it, so we can vote on it if. Yeah, let me just take 2 minutes.
So we're going to go on a brief recess. We'll be back very shortly.
We call item 817.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Calling back up 817, Saratoga Hospitality at GAFFNEYS LLC.
Look, I know what I said to you before, and I realize that I perhaps created this application. However, based on conversations we've had with Saratoga Springs, it's really not something that we can say yes to right now. We've been trying to reach them to see if we can gain comfort. We have not gotten a response.
Would the members be amenable to putting this final determination off until the next meeting so that we and you might be able to get some of those?
Yeah, I was gonna offer that, and you can do the same thing. If you can get them to say.
The issues are coming from the city, to be clear?
Right.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not. I mean,
Well, just
they basically. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to say that there was a summary suspension proceeding, and the license was suspended in 2022.
I believe it was a May 22 summary suspension. We were here before the board at the June 8, 2022 meeting where the CNC was accepted.
Right, and then you basically filed this like right after.
Correct, and we had been told, come back at the end of the summer and let's see how it goes. And to be clear,
Yeah, but this is not the end of the summer. You basically left here and filed it.
we'd
So-
actually filed it ahead of time, and then we
Okay.
refiled one at the end of the summer,
Okay.
which was then denied as being
Look,
duplicative.
So what
You know,
changed?
Nothing has changed. We're just, look, we have to sort of respect.
No, and I appreciate that if we can't get an answer today, we're happy to put this off for 2 more
Okay.
weeks. We'll go back to our people and see what we can get.
Awesome. So July 26th. Are you okay with that?
July
Thank you.
26th?
Yes.
Over
Thank
to
you.
June.
Yes, the second application was denied as duplicative.
Over to July 26th to get more information from the
Yes.
city.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, next is 804 Ruby's West Village LLC.
Good afternoon, Donald Bernstein from Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky on behalf of the applicant. With me is Mr. Timothy Sykes and Mr. Thomas Lynn, who are the sole owners of the applicant. This is a request for reconsideration of an application for a new on-premises license at 225 West 4th Street at the corner of 7th Avenue South. It is a single-use building that was occupied for about 45 years from 1971 to 2018 and licensed to Riviera CAFÉ. And incidentally, the owner of the building, the family that owns the building, was the same family that operated that restaurant for years. They decided to close in 2018 after 45 years. And when they were vetting a tenant, they actually wanted Ruby's there. They wanted my clients there. They could have had many different operators on this very desirable space that everyone
Okay,
acknowledges would be a
since
restaurant.
we've heard this before, I don't think we need
Sure.
the whole
So let me
background.
let me tell you the change then.
Okay.
So the denial was because there was a split vote. Chair Fan, you voted to approve this as presented. Chairman Bradley voted to deny, and his reason for denial, what he said on the record, was that he said that he's okay with these two guys, meaning my clients. The problem he had was with the original third owner, Nick Mathers. Nick had 25% of the applicant entity. He has 6 other licenses in New York, and there are numerous violations that those restaurants have. And based upon the adverse history for Mr. Mathers' other restaurants, the chairman did not feel comfortable approving this with Mr. Mathers as the owner. What we stated at the end of that meeting and what we have since done is Mr. Sykes and Mr. Lynn have bought Mr. Mathers out completely. Before he had a 25% ownership interest, now he has 0. With our request for reconsideration, we provided you a copy of the membership interest purchase agreement by which Mr. Sykes and Mr. Lynn acquired his interest. Attached to that were promissory notes evidencing their agreement to pay, I think, a total of over $700,000 to Mr. Mathers for his interest. We also provided, together with our request for reconsideration, an amended LLC operating agreement showing that Tim and Tom are the sole members and are both co-managing members. So the problem that was perceived with respect to Mr. Mathers is now out of the picture. He has no ownership, he has no say, he has no control. He's not involved in the operation of the business at all. The statement by the administrative law judge in the 500-foot law hearing was principally related to Mr. Mathers and his adverse history. So because he has now been removed, we would request that the application be deemed amended, and we've filed an amended application with licensing. We've revised the personal questionnaires to reflect the change that I've told you, and we request that the application be approved as presented. I do want to just make a point about Mr. Lin and Mr. Sykes. They are both experienced, have been involved in hospitality for years, working for Mr. Mathers, not owning these establishments. Mr. Lin has been the chef. He has not been involved in management. Mr. Sykes was involved and has been involved in management, but principally with the locations on East 11th Street and on 3rd Avenue. The only violations there have been COVID violations, which shouldn't have happened. They were unfortunate, but that was the extent of the violations on the places that he was principally involved in. Mr. Sykes started working for Ruby's in 2016, was it? 2016?
Yeah.
In 2016, and was not involved at all in Dudley's or Happiest Hour, which were two of Mr. Mathers' restaurants that had a fair number of violations. And the violations on Mulberry at the Ruby's there date back to 2008. All of those violations, save for one, predate the time that Mr. Sykes was working there.
Okay, thank you. Opposition?
Or typically, do you want to hear from the opposition, or do you want to decide the request for reconsideration first?
Oh, sure.
I don't know if you're gonna.
Well, obviously, there's a change in fact here, so I'm going to say yes to reconsideration.
I'll concur.
Okay.
Thank you, Donald.
Yep. So now if the opposition.
Go ahead.
wishes to-
I'm Carter Booth. I'm here on behalf of Community Board 2. So the first thing we heard on this application at Community Board 2 in November 2021 was that the location was continuously licensed and it was not subject to the 500-foot rule. The court forced this item eventually to go to a 500-foot hearing, and the ALJ determined that the license should not be issued. We don't think it's appropriate to make material changes at this time to the application. We've not received any official notice of this change. But cutting to the chase here, Mr. Sykes and Mr. Lin are completely intertwined in the operation here of this business and with all the establishments that have recent issues. Their connection is well documented in some of the submissions that you've received in the press. Even the experiences of some of the local residents in dealing with Mr. Sykes at their locations on Mulberry Street. The distraction that only Mr. Mathers was the issue was introduced by Mr. Bernstein, not by CB2. Our issues has always been with all the applicants. I'm not sure how that was distorted, but in reviewing the previous hearing, that is what was consistently represented by everyone here except Mr. Bernstein, all the people who are here who previously testified. And that's why we submitted the transcript to you of the meeting. The operational issues here is the issue. It's a consistent pattern of lack of supervision across these places, including the kitchen at Ruby's and Mulberry Street. And then speaking of Mulberry Street, two businesses there are operated as one, which shouldn't be lost on anybody here. There's a sign in one that says "See the Hostess" in the other place. I mean, these two licenses are supposed to be operated fully independently. At this point, there's no middle ground. As the former Chair Bradley pointed out, CB2 rarely, once a year tops, has an issue with applicants that rises to denying an application. After this was heard the last time, you had a disciplinary item before you related to the applicants here. Mr. Mathers moved to LA 12 years ago. He's in New York 6 weeks a year, according to Mr. Bernstein. Mr. Sykes has been the operational manager of all these locations since that time. Mr. Mathers is still intimately involved here with the money, his name, the lease, the loan. The brand is the issue. The individuals as applicants, it is some of the other submissions have shown, all share the perception of public ownership of this brand. It may not be on paper, but it's held out to be that way in the press. CB2 is told from the start that this wasn't a 500-foot case and that this matters at the, and then the courts had decided that it's subject to the 500-foot rule. The applicant never returned to CB2 since November 2021. They could have and chose not to. They pursued this path knowingly, fully aware of these issues, which were shared with them from day one. So I think that the last 4 bullet points in the ALJ report and the recommendation to deny the license sum things up pretty well. Thank you.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Booth, I see that there's a spreadsheet that was submitted to the members that basically highlights the violations that you spoke of in connection with these 6 establishments. Did you prepare that?
We did not. That was submitted by the local residents.
Okay. Are you familiar with that?
I am, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, in your opinion, what is the worst offense of all those charges pertaining to all 6 of those establishments?
I am not familiar with the specific violations, but what I can tell you in our experiences for Community Board 2 was the 3 to 4 months that we spent on Mulberry Street with Mr. Sykes appearing before us on that matter to resolve the issues, the operational issues there that were causing disturbances to the residents there. And that is precisely why we have this issue with this. And then there's also a history that goes back further, which is availing, which, you know, obviously is a very serious matter in this. But our main concern and our contemporary issue was with Mr. Sykes, who appeared on behalf of the licensee with the operation at Mulberry Street. And that's where you continue to have disciplinary matters there. And
well,
so
my review of those cases that were highlighted in that spreadsheet came to actually talk about the extension of the premises in a courtyard. And apparently they were in violation of stipulations. They were supposed to close at a certain time, and they're not supposed to use that outdoor space. And I'm just looking here, and I looked very carefully because I thought I was missing it, but I didn't see any charges.
I'm not able to hear you right now.
Wait, I'm finished. I haven't finished. I haven't seen any disorderly premises charges, and I see mostly executive order violations. And just by the way, the numbers were incorrect. I think the numbers came out to over $100,000 in penalties, and that was inaccurate.
Okay, we didn't prepare that, but, you know, I'm just going on our experience. We didn't go to the authority and make the complaint. We asked the applicant to come in, as we do, to resolve the issues, and we asked them to come back again
he's trying to make this point. I think there are 2 points he's trying to make. One is that the violations that you keep mentioning stretched over many years. You can, you know, but none of them are like really that serious. I'm not trying to take lightly that there are violations and there are management issues, and maybe they drop the ball on certain things, but it's mostly focused on the use of a backyard that the residents did not like. It's not like we have violence, disorderly, sell to intoxicated, sell to minor, which would be the things that are really worth talking about. Using on a backyard, it's not as serious as the other ones. And also what the other second point he's making is that in the materials that's being presented to this board, that there is exaggerated number in terms of the aggregate of the payment that these applicants have filed. And so we're just asking you that in the future, just, you know, if you're going to submit something, then it needs to be accurate.
We didn't
you know,
submit that.
I know
so
that everybody is very excited. Everybody is, you know, we've even had lawsuits between us and the community on this location. But it's not helpful when it's spun in a way because you lose credibility when you
We
do
didn't
that.
submit those, so I just would correct the record on that. This is not, this,
But it goes back to my point earlier. It seems to me that what you heard the most were complaints of noise. Is there anything else in your mind that puts
Sure,
that in
I
a
just-
different?
Sure, I just mentioned it. They're operating two businesses next to each other in an intertwined fashion on Mulberry Street. If you go to their website, it says that they have one location there. They
Yeah,
have
but
two.
it's-
There's two
they're
separately
allowed to do
licensed.
that.
No, but they're not allowed to operate them in an intertwined fashion.
How does
That's,
that
they're supposed to be.
How does that adversely affect the residents in the area? I mean, I understand it could be potentially an ABC and an SLA violation, but how does that go to the conduct of the establishments?
Well, first of all, you have an agreement that with the applicant as far as the stipulations on there, and we spent an inordinate amount of time. I mean, we don't have a history as a community board of putting in complaints directly to the liquor authority. We try to resolve these issues in a manner. These are our neighbors. These are the people who live in our community, and we try to resolve them. Our experience was not positive in this matter in resolving very straightforward issues.
Well, we have a
here, and we
process here
have-
as well. You should actually submit them to us instead of, I respect that you're trying to take care of problems, but if you actually want to create a record, you need to submit it to us so that we have the record, because the way it is right now is we don't have the record.
We
You know,
did submit
have-
past resolutions for Mulberry Street, and you should have them in your records for both the locations there. But the reason that this ties in here is because of all the outdoor space.
All right.
And this is a huge outdoor space that's not necessarily before you in the matter in which you see, but with the outdoor dining, et cetera, we're not sure exactly what those total numbers will be.
All right, so you know that I voted for this last time, so you have an issue with, what I voted for last time was 12 midnight, 2 a.m. on the weekends, no promoters, recorded music only, no DJ, no live music, no dancing. And there are some outdoor seating. So.
And in our issue, as I pointed out, was that this was based on a representation that Mr. Mathers was the problem, and that's not in the record.
I understand all that. I'm
So-
asking you with the approval that I gave them, since we're redoing this, we've done this before. Which one of those items are you not comfortable with?
Well, I can only represent the community board's position on this matter, and that's voted on by all 40, however many members who voted on this item. We're not in a position to rediscuss this issue. They came to us in November 2021. They've never returned. That's a long time. And they represented at that time that this wasn't a 500-foot case. So they didn't pursue this matter.
If you could comment on the method of operation that I offered them at our last meeting. Are there anything in the things that I just mentioned that you
I
would
can't
like me
comment on
to-
behalf of the board on this item for
Okay,
that.
fair
It's a properly voted on and
That's
submitted
fine.
resolution.
All right,
on
maybe
behalf
the
of board.
residents have have comments. All right, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and Member Commissioner De Leon. My name is Augustine Hope. I'm with the West Village Residents Association.
And how close do you live to this location?
I am in the West Village. I live at the West Village.
So you don't live close to this
I don't
location?
live next to it. I'm here to support Leslie Clark, who lives across the
I
street.
know, I'm just
from her.
asking you, sir. I'm asking you how far you live from this location.
Yeah.
How far do you live from this location?
3 blocks.
3 blocks, okay.
I'm sorry?
I'm just pulling the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, underneath you, yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. We do have a different position about the problems we have with compliance and the inability to respond quickly to neighborhood complaints. There have been a lot of neighborhood complaints that I've heard of in that area. I can't give you specific examples right now, but I will get back to you with those if you want. I think the discussion of these problems from the last meeting, I think we went through our position on these people, and we believe the correct decision had been made. Now, as I understand it, if I understand the applicant's position correctly, they are requesting a reconsideration based on a change in the ownership structure from a form of partnership to that of a franchisor or franchisee. This strikes us as a distinction without a difference in terms of how the restaurant will be operated. The same managers with the same adverse history will be answerable to the same sponsor with the same adverse history, only now with a considerable debt obligation attached. If there has in fact been a substantive change in ownership and management, then we would respectfully ask that this matter be referred back to the community board and a new application submitted. If there has not been a substantive change in ownership and management, then we respectfully ask that you reaffirm the previous ruling, which we believe to be appropriate and correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Nancy Paisley. I'm also a neighborhood resident, and I live.
And how far do you live?
2 blocks.
Okay.
And this is my main intersection. This is where I caught the train this morning to come up here. To respond to your question, Commissioner Fan, I personally don't have a problem with the method of operation as such. My issue is with the operators. I have to disagree with respect with Mr. Bernstein. I do not believe the problem is solely with Mr. Mathers. I think the problem with the Ruby's Group is the entire attitude of noncompliance with rules and regulations and stipulations, which I think is pervasive throughout this half a dozen operations. And in particular, there have been problems most recently at the Mulberry Street location where Mr. Sykes has been the manager in charge. The same day that the previous vote was taken to deny this application on West 4th Street, there was a substantial fine assessed against Mulberry Street. I was just looking at my notes for what the issue was, but I believe it was $10,000, which is a serious fine. And your records will know better than I what the problem there was.
Okay.
And I will just say that, again, disagreeing with respect with Mr. Bernstein, the problem is not Mr. Mathers alone, but if it is, he is still intimately involved with this operation. He is supplying the money, he is supplying the name, he is licensing the operation, which means he is in a position to control everything they do. So I would ask you again to reaffirm what your hearing examiner said, that this is not in the public interest and should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for letting me have an opportunity to speak today. And I know that you've heard most of this before. What I find really concerning is that the interior capacity for what they're putting together is 178 people, and yet the seating will only be for 70 people. Where are the other 108 people going to be? So this has, to me, seems more like a club atmosphere, since you have 108 people, and it gets very busy around Sheridan Square. All the places are packed. And so this is what I live right across the street. I represent 233 West 4th Street Tenants Association, and our homes overlook the Riviera. So we're very concerned because we know of the problems.
You're on the west side of the street, or you're on the south side?
Let me think, where are we? North side.
North side. Okay. Fine.
Anyway, so we're very concerned. We already have incredible noise levels on that street. We have open window bars on practically every corner. They're going to have open windows. The noise is really, I mean, I basically have to come home almost every night, even, and Monday nights I get a break. But usually it's like I have to close my windows, I have to put on my air conditioning, I don't go outside. It's so crowded. It's really like a little Times Square on the weekends. And they're also going to be having what I believe, what I read, 58 customers outside, the outside sidewalk.
Okay.
And lastly, is that there's no plans for them to hire any security personnel. So I don't really understand how this is going to work. It sounds very much like the setup of the happiest hours. The happiest hour, it's very similar to the happiest hour. If there are going to be 108 people not being seated, is that a restaurant? Anyway, I think the decision that was made on March 22nd was correct. And I really wish you reconsider the history of the issues that, you know, this hospitality group, which they are a part of and been for years, has had the effect on Community Board 2's, you know, residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, one thing we concur on, Chair Fan, is that your prior decision was correct. I urge that as well. You asked a question about the operation, and as I looked through the Community Board resolution, there are no complaints about the operation. Their only complaints were Mr. Mather's prior violations at his other locations, and the same is with the 500-foot law report. There was no concern about hours, music, or anything else. This business about it being a club is just kind of silly. There's no live music, no DJ, no dancing. It closes at midnight during the week and 2 a.m. on weekends. There are actually 78 seats if you count the bar stools. And of course, this place, as I said, has been licensed for 45 years. So we're not increasing the capacity. We're taking the existing space, indoors and outdoors, and licensing it as a restaurant with reasonable, not late night hours, with two guys who are very experienced. Bernstein? Yes, sir. Is it accurate that you have 250 residents that signed the letters of support?
Yes, and thank you for reminding me. I did want to point that out. We submitted about 248 letters from residents in support in the neighborhood, and they attested to the Ruby's brands. These are people that like the existing Ruby's restaurants and want to see it in their neighborhood. Yes.
How many of those letters do you think are from people that live in the immediate area?
Any idea?
All of them. All of them? Okay. All right.
Make a correction. For clarification, with respect to the $10,000 fine that was issued at the Mulberry Street address, those violations go back to 2017. And once again, it was for the extension of premises to the courtyard, violation of the stipulations because they were operating after 10 p.m. That's it. The other case that there was reference to has to do with same thing, extension of premises to the sidewalk, the courtyard, and then everything else, sort of failure to post signs, that type of innocuous types of violations.
Yeah, the other, if I can add, the other violations on Mulberry all are from 2011 or 2008 to 2011, before these guys were involved at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, excuse me. I just want to go back. I mean, have you reviewed the community board's resolution? It does not say Mr. Mathers. It says applicants. And that goes back to our previous resolutions that we've supplied to you for the Mulberry Street location. And again, that's because Mr. Sykes appeared before us with complaints multiple times without Mr. Mathers because he didn't live in New York. And Mr. Mathers, Mr. Sykes is the operational director. Managers assume responsibility for operational premises. You issue violations to them when they're there. You can't divorce managers from that. So
I understand. I get it. You know, but again, it's not sale to minors, sale to intoxicated, violence, disorderly, I mean, availing. Those would be really bad charges that I'm like, definitely not.
well, Mr. Mathers has a history of availing. And that's was a problem as well.
We've crossed that bridge, sir.
At some point, in the law of averages, the community board's recommendation should
I get
hold
it,
some
but,
weight.
you know,
Thank you.
to the extent that, you know, there was already litigation on this, they've already been delayed. When the community puts up and present a front where you're not negotiable, it makes it very hard for the applicant.
They began that.
And so whoever started that, I'm just gonna say that at this point, we're gonna limit it as best as we can. We're going to try to assume good intentions because I do think that this building is zoned for the operation that they want to have. If this was not zoned for commercial, then of course, like, we wouldn't be supporting it. But there are restaurants up and down that street. I think, again, the problem is not necessarily them, is the saturation and oversaturation. And I honestly think that there are a couple other businesses. I'm very familiar. I walk up and down that street. I live right by there as well. So there are other operations that actually look more problematic to me than I think this will ever become because of their brand. So
They began the conversation with us and came to you just as a matter of correcting the record and telling us that this location was not subject to the 500-foot rule. That conversation did not originate with the community
look,
boards.
we've been in
and
litigation over that. That's a said and done
I'm just saying
issue.
that That's the conversation, how that was brought to the community.
I understand. So, look, use our complaint filing system. Don't try, for this, don't try to manage it yourself. If there are noise complaints, you have to file it online because otherwise we don't get it. So seriously, if it's a problem, let us know. And it's very easy. You go to our website, there's a link. If you scroll down, it says online complaint, and enforcement will go out and their method of operation will be taken away at that point. So they said last time, they've been saving their whole lives for this venture. This is no joke for them. They've been fighting it and they're still here. And so I have to trust that they actually care about the money that they're putting in. They already done renovating. And so I'm going to continue to support them, perhaps with more limitations. So I'm going to ask again if there's any kind of limitation that you want me to put on it, or you're going to let me decide.
We're not, we can only present recommendations to you that are voted on by the members of the community board. Those are the only properly submitted
Okay.
recommendations.
No, I mean, but if you live close by, you say, hey, I don't want X, Y, and Z because I live close by and that's what I care about. I mean, that's what neighbors do.
I understand on behalf of the board.
I know, but I'm not asking you, I'm asking them.
I'm very concerned about the outdoor, seating area, the windows, how long they can be open at night.
Do you have windows that open?
We do, yes.
Front windows, French windows?
Yes.
I don't know, they're for French doors?
Up and down.
Up and down. No French doors?
No.
So there are windows that open? Oh, lifts up. What time do you plan on closing those?
Whatever you recommend. 10? Yeah, 10 p.m. 10 p.m.
Okay, 10 p.m. window close. Guys, I think those streets do get really crowded. We don't want crowds on the street.
Understood, yeah.
So we're gonna start with no outdoor. No outdoor furniture, no outdoor.
Wait, no outdoor seating?
No outdoor
Well,
seating.
Chair Fan, that's a substantial portion of
I'm
this
trying
restaurant.
here, sir. Let me just give you what I think and then let Commissioner De Leon
respond, yes.
comment and you can respond. 12 o'clock weeknights, 2 a.m. weekends, no promoters, no private parties, recorded music only, no DJ, no live music, no dancing, no outdoor service, no outdoor seating, windows close at 10 p.m. Capacity limit is 100.
I concur with those recommendations.
Well, can I just address that for a moment? I'm sorry, but there are a total of 46 seats on the outdoor areas that have been there for 45 years in this restaurant. This is not, we're not adding the space onto this place. This has been there since 1971.
I get it, but there is a new group of community members
enclosed.
and everybody else is,
It's
you know-
enclosed. I'm sorry, Chair. It's enclosed. I'm told it's enclosed space.
Oh, if it's enclosed, it's okay. So there's no outdoor on the street?
I'm just confused because what their questionnaire said 58, the one I read, there's a lot of 58, room for 58 people seated outdoors. So what was that referring to?
Is it an outdoor space or is it an
It's
enclosed?
an enclosed outdoor seating space.
It's enclosed outdoor seating.
There's outdoor seating space, and there's
outside of the building, but
and then
it's
there's an enclosed area, which is.
Okay, next time, don't call that outdoor.
Well,
Completely
well,
enclosed.
no, is it like on the street? Is it like
It's
street?
exactly the same as what it was before. It would be
What was
out-
that?
outdoor.
If I may.
But it's enclosed.
It's
if I may
enclosed, yeah.
explain, that is an area that exists on public property of New York City. It is an enclosed sidewalk cafe through revocable consent. That agreement expired 5 years ago, and when they stopped the previous restaurant, no fees have been paid. And those spaces are supposed to be removed at the time that the revocable consent.
Okay, if it's
So
enclosed,
not
I'm okay
within
with
the
it.
property line.
Okay.
Okay, if it's enclosed, I'm okay with it, but does my 100 indoor, then I gotta go to 150 with full capacity, but that's it.
If I may,
It's okay.
the confusion is that they have had, as Mr. Lucas said, an enclosed glass building sidewalk cafe that was there.
Yeah, but to,
But also there is a fence with tables attached to it where previous applicant had outside seats.
yeah, so what are you doing with that space that's inside the fence? There's no service there. I just don't want a whole bunch of people standing in front of it, even when in the fenced-in area. You can put tables and chairs in the enclosed space on the side, but in front, there's no service for now. Just do that.
Oh, I see.
Let's see how it goes. If you guys are accepted, let's assume best intentions. Let's try to see if they can let them operate. And if you guys need the outdoor, we can talk about it in the future. But prove that you are earnest in trying to get along with your neighbors.
It's fine. I just want to say that I'm a little confused. I mean, it's great what you're suggesting. I spoke with Tim. You said that, like, during that very cold winter day, you said you were going to take down the whole iron fencing
Yeah, I
around.
understand.
So what?
On the West Fourth side.
Well, on the West Ford side.
Yeah.
There's an open space you can see on the side, and going around the back, there appears to be a couple of tables.
Correct.
That's not going to be operating.
That's been removed already, yeah.
Only enclosed.
Okay.
I had a question myself. So operationally, all the amended application materials, all of it, have you already given that to licensing?
Yes, we submitted it when we sent in our request for
Well,
reconsideration.
yeah, that's different.
We sent it to reconsideration and to licensing at the same
And
time.
to licensing?
I don't believe they sent the license.
Well, this is for licensing for the state liquor, licensing bureau. Um,
No, I mean, the license for the trade.
Okay.
No, she's talking about something totally different.
Okay.
License agreement from Mr.
I'm sure Mr. Bernstein will submit. Can you
I can
just double
resend it,
check
but
and
I
make sure you
specifically
have
sent it
everything?
to
Yes.
Recon
I think it
and
needs to be
to
part of a
license.
condition to at least resubmit everything to licensing for licensing to review before issuing the license.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank
Yep.
you.
I'm sorry, is this from your May 3rd, 2023 email? Is that what you're mentioning?
May 3rd, yeah.
May 3rd?
Did you get that? To
Agency
licensing?
Consideration.
Yes.
That was sent to, that was probably sent for reconsideration and then scanned by counsel's office, but it wasn't directly sent to,
Was
it directly sent to
licensing on that?
licensing?
I believe licensing was on that email.
It just says ABC and licensing info.
Okay.
Yes. Licensing, okay, so it was sent.
All right.
Just
yeah.
one last thing, because Tim said he would take down the iron fence on West Fourth Street, put that into the limitation, because he said he was gonna do that.
It's fine.
All
It's a narrow sidewalk.
All right, take it down, please, and make that a condition, please.
Besides,
Take
that part of
down.
West Fourth Street really needs more sidewalk. We have so many
All right,
people.
no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
All right.
Next is 853 XY Club Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Park, representative. I'm here with the applicants, Jin Hao with Lee. We are calling applying for on-premise liquor license. It's a karaoke bar, and the operating hours is Monday to Saturday, 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. Sundays, 3 a.m. close. And also, we got the temporary license October 2022 until we operating until now.
Any problems with the time? There were 4 arrests during a temporary period at a different location?
I mean the
857. 853.
they have apply for the other locations, and then they have as soon as we get the temporary license, and then we had a violations for at the location, so we got the cancel. And then the applicant decided to sort this business, and then he was focused on to now current XY Club INC, and then he is operating just only one the restaurant right now.
This is a karaoke bar, right? It's not a club.
Yes, it is.
You have cameras in the room?
No.
In the karaoke rooms?
No.
You have no cameras?
We have cameras on the room.
We have a camera in the hallway, in the outside, but not inside in the room.
But we do have doors and windows to see through.
All right. Hate to do this, but, you know, we look at your fitness and your character and your ability to supervise, and we basically know for sure that you were not properly supervising your other location, and so.
But he's
I'm
operating,
gonna-
so after that happened, he's operating the focus on this location is probably with the security guard, the
I don't know, I
managers.
mean, I'm asking you, you don't have cameras, it basically is the same business, just a different location, so I'm gonna
No,
vote to
we-
deny.
So I do have cameras, but not inside the room.
I know that, but that's where people are doing the ketamine and whatever that they do in the karaoke, it's,
So you mean when we put in the camera inside in the room?
you
and
can
then-
try again, or maybe get a manager who have better record, but for now, it's a no.
Concur with the chair.
Okay.
But that's for the other location.
No, it's no for both locations, sir.
But this location, we operate in temporary license for almost 9 months, but we have any no violation and then no complaints and then no criminal activity right now.
I understand that, but the other one was really just very recent, so just because you haven't been caught, it doesn't mean that you're properly supervising it.
The application's been denied. You can reapply at a later time and try.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 819 Ruby King Inc.
Sam Parks representative, Ruby King, is the applicant, Mrs. Q. This is the same thing, so on-premise liquor for karaoke bar. Same thing, this location is operating temporary license since last year, March 2022 until right now. And then it's more than a year now, and then operating, there's no issue, criminal record, no violations, no complaints right now.
Where's your manager?
Manager, yes, we do have manager.
Where is he?
In the store.
Okay.
Is that Mr. Who or Mr. Lu? Is it
Manager?
HU, proposed manager?
Yeah,
Yes.
made you, who?
Okay, is that the gentleman who said he never had a license canceled, but the information we have, his name matches someone who did have a license canceled in 2009? Is that him?
That was, I have no record for that.
Gambling, sales to minors?
You said that was for the manager?
You live in Massachusetts?
My parents,
Your parents live in Massachusetts. Where do you live?
New York. So my parents live in Mass, and I moved to New York like 5 years ago.
And how did you find this business?
So the landlord, Andy, he was a friend of my father. And one day we have a family meeting. He was mentioning about that he have a location that been empty for a long time. So he talked to my dad. So we decided to take this place down. Since it's really close to my home.
So are you aware that your manager has a lot of bad history?
I don't think so.
The prior place that he managed has a lot of problems, including the same type of problems that I was just saying no to, because all of these karaoke bars have the same problem.
But until now,
This was not like this when I was young, but times really have changed.
Are we talking about the same person?
Yeah, I believe so.
But currently, we operated more than a year
Right.
now. It's
Like-
since last year, it's March, and then we have any other
So-
issue right now.
For the time I'm taking over this place, and after all the construction done, everything is good. It's good, and I have two security guard that was searching for everyone, and I have 7 witches that was searching all the rooms.
Monitoring all the
Yeah.
rooms.
Okay, in the application, it says that you're there from 4 to 11. Are you there late night or not late night? Because 4 to 11 is not when drugs start happening. It's
No,
after that.
So the business hour is 4 p.m. to 4 a.m.
You're right.
So I'll be there.
But the application says that you're only working there from 4 to 11.
But
But sometime I will be there.
Friday, Saturday, like a weekend is usually stay late night.
Okay.
And then the home is still like 10 minutes away from anything happen, the applicant can come over right away.
So every time before they entering, we will do the searching.
Did you previously make an application in 2011?
2011.
She have no idea for
I
that.
don't think
We
so.
have any relationship with related with the previous tenant.
No.
We don't even know what they happened.
All right, why don't we hold this over? Why don't you put your security plan in writing?
Okay.
Okay.
See, and you can put cameras in the rooms.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See, and come back with your manager.
Okay.
726, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 821, SODI LLC.
Good
afternoon.
What? Sorry.
It's 8:21.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of SODI LLC. I have with me the licensed principals. There is opposition here. Would you like to hear from them first?
Okay, so since it's 2:30, the only dispute is the backyard, or is there something else?
It's not a dispute. We have an agreement that was made at our meeting verbally by the applicants, and that's the process the community board works on.
10 o'clock?
They had 2 months.
You're 10 o'clock, you're 11 o'clock.
In the weekend.
On the week.
On the weekend.
And we made an agreement with the neighbors, with a set of,
Yeah.
to agree to the original stipulations with Nancy. We made a meeting with the neighbors to sit down and we took on we agreed, we volunteered, we sat down, we met with everybody, got a set of agreed, excuse me, I'm Jody, this is Rita, the stipulations for the original restaurant. And so we agreed to that.
I get it. So your hours are midnight?
Inside.
Inside?
Inside
Yes. And you don't want more? You just want midnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I will stand by what the community board agreed to, which was 10 o'clock across the board.
I understand.
I do not anymore agree to 11.
Want to do 10:30?
And I am,
Got a lot of support here.
All right.
I think the universal reaction is astonishment that reputable operators like Jody and Rita would agree to something at the community board and then take it back. We asked for 10 o'clock across the board,
Okay.
which is the standard.
All right.
I'm happy to address that if
I
you'd like me
understand.
to.
Look,
or-
look. I understand it. I understand where you guys are at. I get it. I totally get it. But from a business standpoint is that they get a 9 o'clock seating if you give them until 11, right? So it really has to do with whether they get one seating or two. And since they are proven pillar of your community, I'm gonna try to land in the middle, okay? I'm going
Can I
to
discuss
do.
something here before decisions made?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the community board has a process. We spend actually more time some months than you do at these meetings, at our meetings.
I know,
We
I
hear
was
more
on the
licensing.
board for 5 years. so
No,
I'm
no,
not
I
sure what
understand,
that
but I'm just saying,
process
we
is.
hear significantly more applications than most community boards. A verbal agreement is what we're based on. They never told us that they were going to change their minds after the meeting. They had 2 months to come back. We have a process where people can come back.
Okay.
And, you know, this is precisely what the community board has to constantly assure residents that applicants who come to our meetings and make a representation are not going to change what they do when they come to the liquor authority. And it's a waste of our time to hear applications if the representations that people make at our meetings don't hold any water and the applicants are not held to them.
I hear you. I
And
understand.
there's nothing that stops the applicant, and even then, the following month, from coming back and readdressing this with us.
I understand.
So,
I understand what you're saying.
We didn't hold up the application. We heard it on November 3rd. It was submitted on January 25th. There was plenty of time for the applicant to come back and revisit that with us.
I get it. I hear you. I get it. My job is to assess the public impact when they ask for more and how to sort of balance that, right? We're not talking about 1 a.m., 2 a.m. They're asking for midnight close. They can, in theory, ask for a much later close, and all of us would have to give it to them. And they're clearly just trying to be a restaurant because of the midnight close. So I'm gonna land in the middle. I'm going to,
There's a
oh,
gentleman
sorry.
here who has.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I have a lot of respect for Rita and Jody. They run terrific restaurants. They eat there all the time. The thing about this is it's not just outdoor space. It's outdoor space in the interior courtyard. And when you have that, I don't know if you I didn't know you lived in our neighborhood.
I don't know whether you have one of the interior done, strictly leather, but I do.
We actually do.
If you have a restaurant in that, you'd probably be very unhappy with it, because the reason is that the sound just ricochets backwards and forwards across the wall and into people's windows. There's nowhere for it to dissipate and go. So I think what you may say about doing something outside, I could perhaps understand it, but in an interior courtyard where they put much to feed, I don't think it's a good idea. I really don't. I think they can do really good business, 10 p.m., other people do. They've always done good business. I do strongly suggest that they stick with that. I think the neighbors would be much. Thank you.
How far is Grove Street from the location of the restaurant?
It's on the corner
Okay.
of Bleecker and Grove, and my back window's overlook is connected, so.
But in relation to this, to the premises at 105 Christopher, how far is Grove Street?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
In relation to 105 Christopher Street, how far is Grove Street?
Grove Street is the next parallel street.
Okay.
But this location is on.
Baker Street. Yeah, they're moving to 3.
Grove Street is south of Christopher. Christopher is to the north, so.
It's 2 block faces.
2
block faces, meaning
Okay.
walking on the street.
All right.
Around the corner.
Right. Yeah, that block.
This location is not directed towards Christopher Street. It is on the south side of Grove Street and backs into Michael on Barrow Street, which is the next parallel street to the south. So issues at 105 Christopher, and I think their backyard would not impact this side of Grove Street.
Okay, yeah, because the association there is in support, and the association there is in support.
It's the corner, right?
Yeah.
Can I address that issue?
And I think there was a significant amount of signatures also that you've
Correct.
gotten in support.
Yeah, I will say, I've been a good friend of Richard, who is the head of that association, the Richard Association, and his partner Michael for many, many years. They live on the other side of Grove Street, and their windows do not look over this road as mine do.
Okay.
And I know they support all the other restaurants for these operations.
Thank you.
So it's just the courtyard, it's the elevation. I support them too, if you're in motion 10,
Yeah. And it's already in my submission, so I'm sure you know that there already had been a restaurant here, as in that same letter was pointed out, since the 70s. And the outdoor courtyard space had historically been till 11, or even later in some instances, it seems historically. And again, we wanted it 11 more nights. And Jody and Rita met with the neighbors, including Nancy, and they said, we'd prefer that you took what the old operator had. And they said, no problem, we'll do it in advance of the community board meeting.
And just to address that, there never been any permits in the rear yard. And the Grove Street Block Association, the letter that was submitted to you, it's signed as the president of the Grove Street Block Association, organizer of the Greenwich Village Film Festival, which is supported by the applicants financially. So, you know, you get a lot of different issues here mixed in on this, and I'm glad that you raised that, but that's an important point. But to the point, you know, which is something that we were directed to previously, and this is a new thing, is the rear yard has never had permission to operate. And again, we gave the previous operator a lot of latitude to correct that, and it was included in the previous applications, and it's never completed. We have started beginning this month, I think some of the attorneys who are here, telling applicants that we are now going to make complaints to the Department of Buildings. And we were told by one applicant, well, I have 2 years to get my paperwork, but they don't when they get a vacate from the Department of Buildings. So I testified when the advisory that the authority put forward on that came forward. And this is not fair to applicants when you confuse them with the paperwork. The paperwork is the paperwork. And, you know, in this particular case, there's no paperwork for the rear yard. So.
Okay, I get it. I get it. But, you know, but there's a process. There's, you know, they're allowed to do what they want with the elements that come, you know, with this process. So I get that you're not happy with the way they've chosen, but it's, you know, it's not black or white. That's just not
So do we
how
have the
this works.
opportunity going forward to bring things out after we have voted on them, to renegotiate them here?
Yeah, that's why I asked you for your input. I mean, I know that you have your process and you can't speak, but yeah, in theory you do.
Well, it's a two-way street, right? We didn't sign stipulations. It's not
Yeah.
like we signed
So-
notarized stipulations and
All
reneged
right.
on them. And there are times the community boards say no, and then say, if you're gonna say yes, use these stipulations, so that they get to kind of do both things.
I
This-
only get to land here in the middle, so I'm going to vote to approve with midnight hours indoors, no dancing, no DJ, no live music, no promoters, no cover V events, and all of the other stipulations in the community board letter will apply.
Can I make one note?
Including that you will go to the community board if you're going to do any kind of sidewalk service. Even though if you're not legally required to, I've agreed that you're gonna go back there. So that's a thing that I'm going to put on the record. The backyard, I'm gonna give you 10:30.
And one question, point of clarification, if I can, we're gonna go with the community board resolution or the community board proposed stipulations, because they are slightly different. Notably, the differences in the proposed stipulations, they asked us to minimize outdoor space at another restaurant, not this one, and that we would be.
No, not that.
Okay, and not giving up outdoor space, just would have to
Not
go
the
back
proposed
for
stipulations.
future.
Yes, is what you
outdoor
actually
space.
agreed to.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you're okay with that?
One
correct?
minute, I just want to go on the record to say that as a member of the community, I benefit from a vigorous community board and from neighbors who want to get involved and have opinions. I benefit from that. But I also have to advocate as a restaurant owner for something that's sane and everything like that. And in this COVID time, it's so contentious. Even go to a community board is almost abusive if you're a business owner, where
know.
people can grab the mic and go on and on. I mean, and I hope that changes. And I look forward to
Yeah, I'm
cooperation,
with
working
you.
together, because I totally get it, and I'm on both sides of it. And
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask,
Just saying. Just say,
I want to say that, look, our agency is trying to change our tone and be more customer service friendly. I'm gonna ask you guys to try to reflect that as well. You know, it's very hard for business owners to try to come back and work with you when they feel like it's a stone wall. It's, you know, and
people say something at the meeting, and we think we have an agreement, and then all of a sudden, we don't have an agreement, and they don't call that to talk about it. You know, that puts us in a very difficult position, because how are we to believe what we're.
right, but then there's also the soft process of like, you can call around to the community and say, hey, you know, now they're at 11, like, what do you think? Like, you can certainly pull.
We do this, Chair Fan, we do this, I can't tell you how many emails I send out to people that say, this is where we're at, do you want to come back and talk about it? We do this all the time.
Okay.
This is why I just want to say, especially for such reputable operators, this was a real surprise that they did not come back. And what this says to me is, how do I believe the ones that don't have the track record? I mean, here are the people with a good track record that behave this way. What am I supposed to do
Yep.
with the new people? Because we can't come back.
all right.
But I think deep down you understand that they're a restaurant, they're not asking for 2 a.m. I think that we voted.
My job is also to represent the community members who are up in arms about a donut in a backyard. So that's the position that we are in, trying to work with the restaurants and with the community who has us to represent them and not attorneys to represent them mostly.
Thank you. And if I could, Commissioner,
I concur.
you concur. So you voted to approve with the same conditions as the chair.
That's correct.
Thank you both. Thank you for everyone who came. Thank you. Next is 867 Griffin Q LLC and Zodiac Club LLC.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of Griffin Q LLC and Zodiac Club LLC. It's a hotel liquor license application that was actually strangely filed back in 2021, has been operational on temps for what seems like forever.
Where's the applicant?
The applicant is not with me today. I believe the only reason this is here primarily is the 500-foot rule issue, which
Yeah,
stemmed
you
from
know,
a ministerial error.
You need to come back with them. Mr. Levy?
Would you like both applicants, the hotel license applicant as well as the
Yes.
co-licensee?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
July 26th,
Yes,
okay?
please.
July
Is that
26th.
okay? You in town?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay, they have a temp, so.
Yeah, they're on,
Okay.
they've been on temps for like a year and a half.
All right, thanks.
And Commissioner, you're okay with that, right?
I am, concur.
All right, what's next?
854 CCA Holdings, Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benjamin Korngut of Korngut Palutis. I'm the attorney for CCA Holdings. This is an application for a change to the approved method of operation. I have with me Carmine Galtieri, Mike Ladani, and Craig Regina, who are three of the principals of the licensee. The licensee is currently approved for acoustic live music and karaoke. This change would add DJ and all live music to their approved method of operation. This application was filed in March of 2022, about 15 months ago. The reason this is before the full board is that Staten Island Community Board 3 does not support this application and has requested denial of the application. I'd like to start by talking about our interaction with Community Board 3 in Staten Island. In short, we were never given an opportunity to be heard on this change. We sent a notice to them in January of 2026. In this 15 months since then, we have not had the opportunity to present this application before them. We were invited to a meeting on, I submitted all of this in the paper,
I
so.
understand the history here. So, look, you have a lot of support. I don't see any pending complaints. You are between a car wash and a post office and a train track.
That's correct.
However, I will mention that you know that you were licensed as a restaurant and you were basically operating as a club. But I think you've paid your dues on that. So, for lack of better judgment, I'm going to vote to approve and give you a chance and see, because you guys are very known entities in your community. And you'll have a lot of people rooting for you, so don't come back on the enforcement side. That's all I'm gonna say.
Commissioner?
The outdoor dining area and structure, was that withdrawn?
It's been removed, yes.
Okay. And you have DJ, security, and live music, but the dancing removed?
Yes, that's correct.
I concur.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. I'm sorry it's such a long day.
Next is 866 Sheridan Hospitality, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Korngut. I'm here
So
with,
I just have one question here. The community board is in support of this. I want to see what commissioner thinks. The agreement is that your service will end 1 hour prior to closing.
that's correct.
Do you want me to do that or just give you shorter hours? It's,
I think you'd rather have the later hours with the later hours with the,
okay, but then you actually have to stop service and you have to control that where you're opened, but you cannot sell. And sometimes that creates fights. That's what I'm concerned about. Is you're going to have to tell your own customers that they can stay there but not get served. And people get pissed if they're intoxicated.
We give them 30 minutes to order, to drink up and leave the premises. Do you know what I mean?
Well, but you are allowed to open for another hour, so your service has to stop 1 hour before you close. So it's not 30 minutes, it's an hour. You see what I'm saying? If you serve the last drink at 1 o'clock,
right,
you have to close by 2.
Right.
So you're gonna make last call at what time?
A minute before
1 o'clock.
Yeah, so and then you have 30 minutes to drink up.
And then 30 minutes to exit. Fair enough. What do you think?
I'm fine.
Okay, so we're gonna vote to approve 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 3 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. Service will end 1 hour prior to closing. DJ live music jukebox, no private events, no third-party promoters.
And Commissioner?
Concur.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan, there's nothing else?
Right.
All right, thank you. So 801 is a no contest default at pleading.
Mm-hmm. 4,000.
Commissioner.
Concur.
802 is a not guilty plea. It went to hearing.
I'm at 1,500.
And charges sustained, correct?
Yes, sustained 1 and 2. Those are COVID charges, the standard one, 1,500.
I asked about that, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
803 is another not guilty, went to hearing. ALJ sustained the charge.
So this license already expired, Mike?
Yes, correct.
Is it okay if I put a letter of warning on the record? Just because it's, they really literally expired like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'd just like to take a look at those charges.
He kicked a motorcycle, was arrested but not convicted.
Yeah, he got hit by a motorcycle and then he kicked kicked it. He was with his wife on the motorcycle. He did not report the arrest. Believed he only needed to report the conviction.
Yeah, I think a letter of warning is appropriate.
Sustained and letter of warning.
So
yes.
Concur.
805 is another not guilty, went to hearing.
Dismiss, please.
Commissioner.
Concur.
806 went to hearing. ALJ sustained charges 1, 2, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13. And dismissed 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9.
Yes, sustaining and affirming all of the ALJ's decision. I'm at cancel and bond.
I'm fine with that.
807 is an offer of 3,000.
I'm going to send this back to counsel's office to change this charge because THC edible is not a drug activity.
I concur.
808 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500 accept.
And counsel's office requests to withdraw charge 4.
Oh, yes. Withdraw charge 4, please.
Concur.
All right. 809 is an offer of 200.
200 accept, please.
Request to send back to counsel's office.
809.
Oh, sorry, I had the wrong number. Apologize.
I'm sorry, I can't hear what he's saying.
Which one went
Yeah,
back to
no,
council
I
office?
was at the wrong number. I was looking at the wrong one. We were at 809. This was $200 for the signs.
Yeah, the one that went back is 807.
Right.
807 went back to counsel's office because of the drug activity charge. But
Got
it's
it.
THC edibles, so it probably should be in proper conduct.
Right, okay.
And I want 4,000.
Got it.
You're talking about, I'm confused now. We're talking about 809 now?
What?
No,
So it was 807.
807.
That's back to counsel's
Okay,
office.
that's back to,
So we're at 809. That's an offer of $200.
oh, okay.
Yep. And Chair, you accepted? Correct?
Yes,
And
please.
Commissioner?
Concur.
Okay. 812 and 813 is an offer of 6,000.
I'm gonna counter at 10,000.
A lot of stuff there. I concur.
814 and 815 is an offer of 12,500.
I'm gonna accept this, but if they come back again, it's gonna be close to a cancellation.
Commissioner?
Yeah, these occupancy violations are concerning. Yeah, I concur.
816 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000, thank you.
Concur.
818 is an offer of 3,500.
They need to file a corporate change, but I'm gonna lower this to 2,000.
Do you want that to be part of the
Yes, please.
2KA and file a corporate change?
Yes, please.
I concur.
823 is an offer of 1,500.
1500.
Concur.
824 is not guilty, went to hearing.
This is dismissed by the ALJ, so I'm gonna dismiss, please.
I concur.
825 and 826, this also went to hearing.
I'm gonna hold this over. You need to ask them to come in, please, Donald.
Oh, the person, yep. 726. Okay. And Commissioner?
Concur.
827 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Concur.
828, not guilty, went to hearing.
828, I'm at 3,000 because two charges on 2 different days, but one was 1.7 carton and one was 1.6 carton. It's not large volume. So I'm gonna just give them a break here and charge them as if it was 3,000.
I concur.
And sustain.
Yes, sustain 2 charges.
Mike?
Sorry, that license was surrendered on March 1st?
Yeah, so what would happen is we'll send out a disposition letter requesting the $3,000. If they don't pay, since according to the alternate penalty advisory, since it's an inactive license, the license will be canceled.
Yep.
So they can either pay or have the canceled license on the
Right.
record. 829, 830, 831, and 832. This is not guilty, went to hearing. ALJ sustained all charges.
I'm gonna sustain all the charges, 10,000.
Sales for minor. Okay, yeah. I concur.
Yeah, I mean, those in itself should be 10,000, but since they're old, they get a little bit of a break. They're 2018, so.
834 is a offer of 10,000.
10,000, accept.
Concur.
835 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
Concur.
836, no contest, default at pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Concur. Police attention.
837, no contest, default at pleading.
I'm at cancel and bond. This is a licensed basement for storage. There's essentially a whole bar in the basement. Separate bar, separate karaoke, and it needs to be separately licensed, so I'm at cancel and bond.
I concur.
838 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500, accept.
Commissioner?
Concur.
So 839, the attorney asked to adjourn to July 26. He's out of the country. 726. Commissioner, are you okay with that?
Concur.
841 is an offer of 10,000.
I will accept 10,000, but can we send enforcement out again on this one for 841, Shannon?
Concur.
842 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000, accept.
Concur.
Excuse me. 843 is a no contest.
I'm at 2,500.
Commissioner?
Excuse me. How do you know? Because this is what I saw on the chat.
Yeah.
I concur.
500. 844 is a no contest.
No, it's okay. I'm fine with it.
It should be about.
844?
Hey, no,
What was that?
is it 844?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
This is the mother made a complaint that her 16-year-old daughter purchased alcohol.
Yeah, this is like
Came home
really
intoxicated.
problematic
Yeah.
that they're serving teenagers on multiple on multiple occasions.
I think there was a lawsuit and she paid $5,000 the licensee as a civil penalty.
And they already have a cell to minor before.
Yeah.
And so I'm at 20,000. And if this happens again, it's cancellation.
I concur.
It's a Thai restaurant.
846 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
Concur.
So for 852, I received a request from the applicant to adjourn to August 16th. They're out of the country due to a family emergency.
Okay, August 16.
Concur.
So
that was
852. So 855 is a no contest default at hearing. I believe you wanted to see if, so enforcement did go out and the premises is open.
Yeah, I know. What's up with that? So I'm at 1,500.
You say something, Mike?
Oh, no, no.
He agreed.
Oh, okay.
He said, yep.
I concur.
1,500. So 856 is a no contest. Yep, so if you may see charge number 12 is
A lot
withdrawn.
of stuff here, man.
You want to take a fine? I mean, we're close to canceling bond here. But these are all one packs. 5 of them are one packs. They're 2 sell to minor and they have no history. So,
Viagra, really?
yeah, there's a lot of those there. Grocery
yeah.
store,
You know,
pharmacy. We actually already countered at cancel and bond, and then they were supposed to go to hearing. And then before the hearing, they decided to submit no contests. So,
this is, oh, right, okay.
if,
they're basically, it's just basically asking request for reconsideration.
I
agree, Con. And then the hearing was scheduled, and then they said, okay, no contest then.
so it's, look, if it's on me, if it's up to me, my prior vote was cancel and bond.
Right.
So it's on you. If you want to go give to a fine and give them another chance, I will go with you.
They're licensed 12 years, going back to 2011.
And no adverse history.
No adverse history, right? And everything happened October, November, a couple of dates there. Okay, I'll go with 25,000.
If that's what you want, you can name whatever number you want.
What was that, Mike?
No, I said everything happened in 2021 and there hasn't been anything since.
Yeah, I'll go with 25.
All right, 25,000.
862 is an offer of 4,500.
4,500.
Concur.
863 is an offer of 10,000.
Counter at cancel and bond. This is minors in the basement that someone else is running a party.
Right. I concur.
In the grocery store, no less.
All right. 864 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
Concur.
870 and 71 is an offer of 8,000.
8,000.
Concur.
872 is an offer of 6,500.
I'm gonna take this down to 3,500 just because I realize it's the 5th sale since 2007, but they have none since in the past 5 years. So just to stick with our own rules, it's 3,500 for an 18-year-old.
Concur.
873 is an offer of 10,000.
10,000 it is.
Concur.
All right. I have nothing else. Chair, do you have anything?
No, thank you very much. Thanks for a long day. Thanks, Mike.
Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Evening.